thanks for joining today's Stream Elements. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
I spend more time in my own mind than my own life, drowning in tears, swimming the sea of
Welcome in and thanks for joining today
I
SMC
spend
Mind.
more time in my own mind than my own life. Wanting you here, yeah.
Welcome
But
in
I
and
wanna
thanks
see
for joining
you
today while
in my
underscores.
dreams. I'm better when I'm sleeping, yeah. I'm better when I'm sleeping. I'm better when I'm better when I'm sleeping. I'm better when I'm sleeping. And you only love me when I'm sleeping. I'm better when I'm better when I'm sleeping.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today Matt. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Matt.
It's harder than you think, harder than I think. I don't miss one thing, I miss everything. Don't wanna be awake, 'cause I just want you to stay. Even if you're not with me, my head is not on. You're with me. I couldn't go on, every day feeling alone. I'm sitting next to the phone in case you hit me. Even if you're not with me, my head is not on. You're with me. I couldn't go on, yeah. I'm feeling alone, baby. I'm better when I'm sleeping, yeah. I'm better when I'm sleeping. I'm better when I'm better when I'm sleeping. I'm better when I'm sleeping. And you only love me when I'm sleeping. I'm better when I'm better when I'm sleeping.
Hello. How we doing? All right. Ooh, okay. The echo is beautiful. Double the Clarkio, double the fun, as they say. That echo is beautiful. Because I watched I test and watched the stream on my laptop, That way, like when you all start saying the stream goes down or something like that, I know if it's maybe just you or if it's everybody, you know, that type of thing. Make sure the audio levels are good, what it's like to be a viewer, you know? So, anywho, let's do this thing, huh? Look at all of you, early bird specials. You're here so quick. Twitch doesn't even count you as viewers yet. I know. Shh. 3 stream streak? I still like it, Roy Lacey. Thank you for that. I wish it would alert me to that type of thing. Probably gotta set that up. I haven't done stream production stuff in so long. I used to love doing all that. I mean, I still love doing all that, but I used to do it more often. Heck, it was like part of the stream. Anywho, let's get this thing rolling, huh? Oh, I didn't check the cameras first. That would help. Hold on. Pause. Pause! Everybody, hold on. Hold on to your hats. Oh, the camera's a little wonky right now. We're going to have to deactivate, reactivate. Now we got smooth sailing. Okay. Smooth movements. 30, 60 frames per second. Multi-head. And you're going to see Bauer. There we go. Not yet. You're going to see Bauer when I start dancing around. All right, here we go. I'll get back to my stack of streaks in no time. Well, we'll take a year, but I'll get there. No worries, Roy Lacey. I appreciate you. Rugmat with the 5 stream streak. Appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. Here we go. He's sleeping. We gotta be quiet. Shh. He's sleeping. Shh. Shadow. It's a solar eclipse. Thank you, Rugmat, for all the emotes. Shimmy. Claps in chat. Awkward stairs. Beard feels off today. I forgot the eyebrow dance. Eyebrow and matrix movement. Clarky 2B. Clarky 2B. Woo! All right. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I need the coffee today. Chat, I only got 5 hours of sleep. I'm disappointed in myself. But in my defense, my college football team played. They had a weather delay, and the game went until like midnight. They ended up winning, thankfully. They looked like crap. But I'm very happy. Football season is here. Fall is almost here. Although we love to, culturally here in the US, jump into the seasons earlier than... What? Mrs. Clarkey was laughing because for some reason we're getting mail at the new house for my dad. And it's like his AARP card or something like that. Like, why are we getting his mail here? I don't even know how that's possible. Anyway, so that wins of the week, get them queued up. If you don't know what that is, exclamation point WOTW in the chat. Welcome into the stream. I'm your host. I'm all out of sorts today because of lack of sleep. What else is new? I'm your host, Clarkio. I stream every Friday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. Mostly every Friday, pretty much. That's the sketch. Right here on twitch.tv/Clarkio and youtube.com/Clarkio. What else? I was laughing to myself while I was dancing because there's a situation where, like, so when I stream like this, I like knowing that I don't like fully know people too much that are watching. It gives me some sense of comfort to kind of be a little bit more like of myself. Although there are, lots of people I'm around, I am myself around them. So what am I saying? But I don't know. There's just something about like the kind of the anonymity of this interaction, the way it goes. But my neighbor's been telling me he's been watching the stream. And so then I was just thinking that he's watching right now. Possibly. Hopefully not. Anyway, so I was doing my goofy intro dance, and anyway, yeah. It's all good though. But that's what was making me like smirk, because I remembered in the middle of that while I was doing the intro dance that's what happened. I ended up like seeing him and hanging out with him and his family this past weekend, and that's when he was telling me. So, anyway, but I don't know why that makes me feel like it's good. Like, I'm glad that it's somebody I know that wants to support the stream and tune in and listen in, and I like that. But it also makes me feel a little uncomfortable. There's like a fear there or something. I don't know. Anywho, I'm just stream of consciousness. This is what I do when I stream. All right, where are we? We did the intro dance. I said hello. I haven't said hello to everybody. I just said hello. I told you I'm very tired. I need lots of coffee. I only got 5 hours of sleep last night. However, the win earlier this week for this. Get your wins queued up. Exclamation point WOTW in chat. Thank you, Rugmat, for doing that, by the way. The wins earlier this week is I had several nights in a row. I want to say 3 it was, where I got right around 7 hours of sleep. And those days were awesome. I felt fantastic. Another win I'll say is this morning, realizing that I only got the 5 hours of sleep. Normally I like to go, as of lately, I like to go to do the gym class that I've been telling you all about, that I'm really proud of myself for doing. And I hate being one of those people that's like, I go to the gym, yeah, I'm working out, I'm exercising. Like, that always bugged me. But like, I'm proud of it. I'm not like some, like gym rat type of person that's just like very cocky and arrogant about it. I hope you know that. But I'm proud of it because of the fact that like I've never been this consistent since like, I don't know, this consistently active. Because even in high school, I was gonna say since high school, but even in high school I wasn't really going to the gym. I was just in sports every day practically. So that was my exercise, in my training that I was doing that way. So anyway, I'm very proud of that. And I've had like little spurts here and there where I would do things and then it would just fade away. And this is the most consistent I've been, and I'm just proud of that. So that's why part of why I bring it up as one of my wins of the week. But another reason why is I've been keeping with that consistency, so much so that even this morning I was like, after only 5 hours of sleep, I'm like, I don't think I can do the gym. I'm not gonna be able to put that much energy into it. I'm not gonna get a good workout in. And I was like, no. I told myself I was gonna go Friday morning. I like going on Friday morning since I'm sitting here for an extended period of time doing the stream, and I'm not really getting up and moving around a lot like I would do normally throughout the week working from home. So let's get it done, you know? And I did. It sucked, but I did it. So there's that. I'm exhausted. Brain is fried. But I am motivated and eager to work on the chatbot for the Words on Stream tool. I have some things to update you all on that I've done, or I've not done. I haven't really made progress in the sense of getting a solution running and working and deployed and ready to go for people to start using, but I've made steps closer, and I've learned a lot and I finally got my head wrapped around how it needs to be done, because I've been a little confused on that over the past few streams. So that's good. And I'll update you all on that when we get to that segment. So we are in Just Chatting right now. Oh no, we're not in Just Chatting. We're in Words on Stream, whatever. But this is the beginning of the stream where we do Just Chatting, talking about wins of the week, ! WOTW. I shared a couple of my wins of the week so far. Get yours queued up in the chat. It doesn't have to be anything big. It could be small. It could be you had your favorite meal. It could be you went on a walk today. You felt the sun on your face. Simple things like that go a long way. And the idea behind it is to break up the habit that I've always had where I just dwell on the negative shit, right? And in doing this I always looked at people that would like do this stuff and be like, oh, you got to think positively and like reflect, and I was like, nah, it's a bunch of BS. Like that doesn't work. Freaking, it's not perfect. It doesn't like completely get rid of you dwelling on the negative stuff, right? And like at the same time, because part of why I felt that way towards that type of approach to things was I felt like that was just like naive, right? Like shitty stuff happens and you're gonna feel down about that, right? But the key thing of it is not to like linger and dwell on the shitty thing, because like what good is that gonna do really in the grand scheme of things? Just if I sulk longer, it's not gonna make the shittiness go away. It's actually gonna make the shittiness stay. It's gonna make the shittiness stay longer if I dwell on it. The more I think about it, and it snowballs. It's just gonna lead to more shitty stuff. So it's it's better to as quickly as possible snap out of that loop and get back to, you know, your normal business basically. So this exercise, for anybody that's new here and has not heard me talk about this before, why we do this wins of the week at the beginning of the stream, has helped me immensely get a better, more positive outlook and mindset in my day-to-day, because I'm constantly doing little micro moments of like, oh, what happened today? Like what was some good stuff that happened today that I can reflect back on, even on the shitty days, right? Because then that way I stay focusing on that stuff and not solely focusing on the negative stuff. I mean, think about it. What would you rather do? Would you rather spend your time in your mind thinking about good things and feeling good because you're thinking about good things? Or would you rather beat yourself up constantly over and over again, all throughout the day in and day out, week over week, right? Like, it feels like it would feel good. Watch your profanity. It feels like, you know, when you're stuck in that mode, it feels like it's the right thing to do. But when you take a step back and get a better perspective on it, you're like, no, that's kind of silly. Why would I do that? Why would I want to stay that way? Anyway, so that's the whole point of this whole win of the week thing, the exercise of it. So my wins are, I had several nights where I was getting 7 hours of sleep in a row. Unfortunately, like a loss of the week was last night. I got down to 5 hours. There's some reasoning behind that, but I could have been more responsible and said, you know what, I'll just watch the recording, see the outcome of the game the next day and not try and stay up to watch the whole thing, right? It is what it is. But the win of that is I pushed myself to go to the gym and exercise this morning and not let that be an excuse for me to just skip today. So proud of myself for that, and that's another win there. Work-wise, work is continuing to go fantastically. I love my team. I love my leadership. Just things are all like I can't believe it. It's like just it feels too good to be true. So I'm very grateful for that, and just constantly trying to think about that positively, because definitely in the past I would dwell on the negative with that kind of stuff with work, and I'm trying to like really enjoy the moment, because it's not, you know, many of you know, when you work at companies and stuff like that, it's few and far between when you get into moments like this, if ever, sometimes, you know. So you got to really bask in the moment. So I'm very grateful for that. But the win this week with work is, well, it's kind of a bad thing that there was this security incident. Anybody out there, if you use the NX package, NX from Narwhal, the guys behind it are, I am aware of them, and I think I've even met one of them, Jeff Cross, at like an Angular conference many moons ago. They're behind it. And it's like it's not just for Angular. It's a build system, basically. Let's see if I can bring it up. In any case, they had a major security issue. Oh, there it is. nx.dev. Show you really quick. I really need to make a button to like hide this stuff. Hide and show that stuff. It's a powerful open source technology agnostic build platform designed to efficiently manage code bases of any scale. So like a big part of it is like if you have a mono repo, those of you that are familiar with that, where you have like multiple projects within one repository, one project. So maybe you have your front end code separately written in one folder, and you have your API backend code written in another folder. You can put all that into one repository and manage it that way, so that there's lots of benefits. There's pros and cons to it. Some people really like it, some people don't. Some people are in the middle about it. In any case, there's tools out there that help you manage those types of projects where you are using a monorepo, NX being one of them. That's just part of what they do. They clearly do many other things, it seems, as well, that I'm just not super familiar with. That out of the way, what they are, if you're using them, they had a major security incident where their publishing of the NX packages, so there's like several of them, the main open source package, and then some of their plugin type of packages that they have, was, what's up, book buyer? Words on stream. That's what WoS is, words on stream. We'll get there in just a second. We're right at the beginning. If this is your first time chatting, so welcome and happy to have you here. At the beginning of my streams, we do what we call win of the week.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Fusheros.
If you don't know what that is, type in !WOTW in the chat. Book buyer. Happy to have you here, and if you have any further questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Happy to answer them. Frank says, NX, is that JS or many languages? It's just JavaScript, TypeScript. So in any case, they got compromised in the sense of a malicious actor was able to publish new versions of their packages that and this was the first instance, public instance we've seen.
For the raid,
hey,
and welcome you 13 lovely people.
That's freaking awesome. Thank you for that, Khalil.
Khalil just raided us with 13 views. Oh snap. Khalil just
welcome.
Views.
All right, bye.
Hey Marcy.
Hey.
Thanks for
Marcy pops this as well. Look at that. Holy tabs. I know. Khalil, thank you for the shout out as well. That's super awesome. Happy to have you here. Welcome in. We will be playing words on stream shortly. I just started streaming. The way we start off the stream is chatting about wins of the week. If you don't know what that is, ! WOTW in the chat.
Thanks for joining today, _Khalil.
I really appreciate that raid, and thank you everybody for joining in with Khalil on the raid there. Hope you had a great stream. Bookbuyer says, holy tabs. Yeah, I'm one of those people. You know, part of it is we can talk very briefly, very short. Part of it is like I'm in the middle of working on some coding stuff for enhancing the words on stream game, if you're familiar with that. I'll show you the tool that we built so far. And when I'm in the middle of working on stuff, I tend to keep the tabs open so I can go back and reference them, but then I lose track of like which tabs are actually important anymore and which ones aren't. So that's the result of it. So then what I end up doing is I declare tab bankruptcy and I go through and wipe them all out and start fresh. I haven't done that yet, but yes, nice observation on that. You got into college. That's your win. Congrats on that, and thank you for sharing that, book buyer. Round of applause in chat. Rugmat, you counted how many tabs I have open? It's 37. That's wild. You start on Tuesday? Awesome. Well, best of luck with all that. I'm glad to hear you're very excited, and I'm sure it's going to go well. Learn all that you can. Enjoy the experience, too. Have some fun. And, you know, be responsible. In a couple of years, I'll be a bookkeeper. Ooh, okay. All right. That's super interesting. The name fits. The name fits very well. How did you, that's, so I get asked this when I, like, my father was like so surprised that I knew exactly what I wanted to do going into college and everything. So I'm curious for you, how did you come about getting to that conclusion that you wanted to be a bookkeeper and all that? Although book buyer means you like books. That's different than bookkeeping, right? It's all online. Also, I'm way past my party years. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Correction, 38, Rugman. With my tabs. Tab bankruptcy. Yeah, you haven't... I feel like I've said that before with you, Frank. F. Bucheros. What did I miss? In chat here. Sean says, I mean, I can see text in those tabs still, so it's not too many. Right. It has definitely gotten to the point where you can't see text at all. And it's just the favicon icons. Yes, book buyer equals buyer of books, bookkeeper, finance stuff. Right. Sean, thank you for doing the win of the week command. WOTW in the chat, that is. Khalil, thank you again for the raid. How's it going? How'd you discover the stream? What made you come over here? Was it Words on Stream? Were you playing Words on Stream before? If you're still there. If not, I totally understand. Like, you just got done streaming. You want to go chill out. Go do your thing. I got it from here. I got you. I appreciate it. I'll go check you out. Actually, let me click on so I don't forget. Because if I don't do this now, I'm not going to pop over in time to go check things out. Oh, you do design. UX, UI, web and mobile. Oh, that's freaking awesome, Khalil. Dropping a follow right now. Thanks for popping in. And you suggest AO. Wait, do I know you from AO maybe by chance? AO stream? AAOA _ Finite Singularity, Matty Two Shoes. All right, we're in the same circles here. That's awesome. My pleasure. Now, I've been following for a bit and lurking here once in a while when you were still full-time Devin. As of recently, deep diving in front end too.
Hey, book buyer. Thanks for...
Thank you, book buyer. I think I got to know of you through A. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Well, thanks for that. Appreciate that. Oh, you know what? I'm mistaking Marcy Popsy that gave me the follow. I don't know why I was thinking that was you, Khalil. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Pigside Pattern Guns.
Pex. What's happening? Are we doing something with NX? We're not. I was talking about, we're talking wins of the week right now, Pex, which I believe you're familiar with. And I was mentioning that this had a major security incident Tuesday night into Wednesday Eastern time, that is, at least. All right, get your lurk on, Khalil. And what was the win there? That's not a win. Like, that's unfortunate. Their win is they addressed it very quickly. It was, albeit 5 hours, about 5 hours where their stuff was compromised and there was malicious versions that were published. They did address it pretty quickly. Got those versions removed. GitHub got involved. NPM got involved. And basically what was interesting about this, which is significant, and I made a video, this is the win. I made a video on my own where I recorded and edited. Normally we work with an editing team for my job, but the editing team can't do, typically they can't do that quick of a turnaround. And I really wanted to get a video out to be the first of our industry, developer security and AI security industry, out on YouTube, covering the topic of at least what we knew at that time. So I'm a win there was I looked at the research that people at my company already did, reviewed it, turned that into a video script, recorded a video, edited the video, and then published it the next morning. So all Wednesday, my whole day basically took up doing that. And I haven't done editing in so long. And there's so many things I had to like look back up. Like I'm using DaVinci Resolve to do editing, and I had to look up a lot of stuff how to do that again, and different things in there. So I love editing, but I hate editing because it's so time consuming, and that's why we work with an editing crew to do that. Plus, because they're so fast. Like they typically are fast. Like we get quick turnarounds from them within days. But like for something like this where I was actually planning on releasing the video, or thinking of releasing the video, not planning, on Wednesday. But I wanted to wait until the next day to let people internally review it, make sure it all sounds good. That grind of editing video is exactly, Frank, exactly. So that's why I'm like glad that we have a company we work with that does the editing for us. Thank you for redeeming overlay. Did the matrix movement work there? Should have. And then book buyer, the overlay should slowly convert to different colors over time. Yeah, there you go. Boom. All right. So what ended up happening? What I was saying? The significance of this is they believe, I think it's been updated or confirmed, that somehow in their package publishing workflow, this attacker was able to get access to that to publish a new version that ran a post install. So like when you install something, what can happen is like an npm package. Let's look at one here. So like, oh, there's not one there. We gotta go in one of the apps actually. I'm doing a monorepo thing here. I'll talk through this. So let's say, I don't know, .env package, right? If we go look at the source code for that, sometimes packages, we go to npm.js, search for .env. Sometimes packages will have what's called a post install script. Sometimes it's warranted, but for the most part, it really shouldn't be. Let's see if they have one in here. Post install. They don't. Okay. But I'll show you that it's valid, something valid that you can do in here. So like it'll come up as an option. Oops. I don't know what that was. I meant to press comma. Post install. Is it in there? Where is it? Where does it normally go? Post. Huh. Where is it? I'm just gonna Google it. npm post install. Thank you, book buyer. Oh, it's a script. That's why. I was in the wrong spot. It's not at the top level. It's in the script part. So I don't know if many of you, those of you that are in JavaScript, or if you don't know JavaScript, you're going to learn this. But if you're in JavaScript, you likely don't know about this. But you can have like, you know how you have typically a start script, like we see here, npm start, or if we go back to the code, we have a start script here, right? What I can actually do is I can write pre-start, and I could say, I don't know, echo blah. And what that will do is npm will when I go to say like npm start. Actually, let's make up one so I don't actually run it. Let's say we'll call one like live, right? And that one's gonna say echo starting live server, or yeah, sure, starting live server. And then if I make one called pre-live, echo this happens before the live script executes. Okay, I didn't know we were going to jump into doing this, but you get the idea. So now what I'm going to do is in my terminal, I'm going to say I want to run the live script here. Okay, actually make it a little bit bigger so you can see. Get rid of the chat stuff. And what we're going to see now is npm will automatically, I don't have to run this, npm will automatically run that before running the live script. So npm run live. Okay, it made a liar out of me. Why didn't it do it there? Did I get the syntax wrong? Life cycles, yeah, pre-event, post event. Maybe you can't do. I thought you could do it on custom. You can definitely do it on custom script. There's post install right there. These also run when you run npm install. There's pre-install, install, post-install. So, all right. Anyway, I'll go through that in a second. But the idea is the attacker took advantage of and added a post-install script for the NX package that then basically looked for AI agents like Claude Code, Gemini CLI, and what was the other one? There was another one they were looking for. I'm blanking on it right now. Probably OpenAI Codex CLI. And what's happening is, since we're in this era of AI agentic code generation tools, we're giving permissions to these AI tools on our local machines, like giving it access to a lot of information about our projects. Case in point, env files, environment variables, stuff like this, right? So when you're talking to these AI agents in whatever tool you're using, whether it's GitHub Copilot, that was the other one maybe, GitHub Copilot, it's got visibility to this stuff. Even if you put in rules that say like, hey, don't look at my actual env file that I have here, you know what I mean? In fact, I was using yesterday, I was doing some tinkering with stuff and working on learning about Better Auth actually, and I had a project with environment variables, and it was like saying that it wasn't going to look at the environment variables file, but it did. It still did. I saw it, like it showed that it did. So anyway, knowing that this is the situation that a lot of developers are in right now and giving access to these AI tools, attackers are trying to take advantage of that. So they wrote in the post install script to look for those tools and then prompted those tools via the command line on the machine where this this developer, or even in CI systems that might be using the NX tool, and they're all their plugins that they have, sub packages essentially, and told the AI to gather the details of those files for it, and then store that in it was like in I don't know, some txt file, and then it would use, because it had access to the command line on the machine that it's compromised now as a post install script, it would use their GitHub account to create a repository called Singularity something or whatever, and upload all of those files to that repository. So then the attacker is using GitHub repository, basically GitHub, as this command and control system. Instead of them having their own API that's ingesting this information, they're further separating themselves from being found out about by at least like who they are and what they're doing by leveraging like GitHub, the own user's GitHub. So all this person would have to do, that the attacker or attackers would just search on GitHub for people that have public repositories with that repository name that's unique to them, and then grab all those files and the contents of those files that have their environment variable keys, database connections, API keys, all of that stuff, sensitive information, exfiltrate that is publicly exposed, whether the user meant to do that or not. So it's a crazy situation, and it's like really clever way of leveraging the permissions that developers are giving to AI coding agents. So anyway, super interesting situation that happened this week, or it's ongoing, I think, really, because they're still seeing, as of yesterday, they were still seeing people that were creating like new repos like that popping up. Some of them being people just testing things out when you go and search for it, but some of them being like legit ones that have those files in them. So Peck says, I don't think it works with custom scripts. Okay, actually worked for me. Is your npm actually npm or pnpm? It is npm. I don't know why npm run live didn't do the pre. I think sometimes what you have to do is you have to actually write it as pre-colon, I think. I don't know. That shouldn't be the case, because run live. Echo starting live server. So why isn't it echoing? Let's do this. Let's just say echo test. And then we'll do pre-start, which you can see pre-start is echo pre-test. Right. Just to demonstrate this, npm start. What the heck is going on here? Didn't even run the pre-start command there. Oh, I know why. As a result, so to avoid scripts automatically running, there's a configuration that you can set on your npm account. I'll show you. And I did turn this off. That's why. That's probably why this is happening. So if we search for sneak nx malicious package. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Where'd it go? Do that one. So, AI. Why wouldn't it come up? There it is. This is it. This is the repository name, by the way. So you should, if you use NX, by the way, this is full disclosure to anybody. If you are using NX or any of the packages from PowerPack releases, or even the VS Code extension, NX console it's called, you want to double check your GitHub account to see if there's a repository called this, Singularity repository, and then like a number. So where was it? It's like npm config. Disable scripts by default. So use ignore scripts or this is it. npm profile. No, that's not it. npm config ignore scripts. There's a configuration thing that I ran. There it is. If true, npm does not run scripts specified in package.json files. So note that commands explicitly intended to run a particular script, such as npm start, restart, tests, will still run their intended script if ignore scripts is set, but they will not run any pre and post. This is why. That's why. I turned it off. So there you go. If you want to avoid packages trying to take advantage of that automatically happening as a default configuration for npm, you can turn ignore scripts to true, and that way it won't automatically run pre and post install type of scripts and that type of thing. So that was my bad. That's why I was like, why isn't this working? I set up my npm to not do it. It's working. It's doing what it's supposed to, what I told it to do. So all right, let's undo these changes quick. That's what I get for being secure. We can get rid of this and that. So look at that, right off the bat. We can get rid of pre-start as well. Jumped right into the code there. So hopefully you learned something from that. It was very eye-opening. I mean, it's not the first time I've seen an attacker take advantage of the post-install script capabilities, but the fact that they, in the post-install, looked for active AI agentic coding tools in the command line and used those to do the reconnaissance is really interesting. And I think we're going to see more of that type of stuff going on. So anyway, all that, and I am way off track, but I hope that helped people and you learned something out of that. Khalil says, nowadays one can only expect this sheet to happen, but still always baffling to hear when people like you speak out on it so specifically. Would be epic if somebody or a group of people would create a continuously update site on this matter. There is, yes. That's what I was just showing you there. What's up, Card House? I'm glad you got value out of that as well. I'll drop the link in here in chat for everybody so you can check it out. This is our write-up on it. There's lots of other ones. It was Step Security, I think that... Hey, Clarkio, good to have you. Step Security, I think, were the researchers that initially released the details on it, or had the first write-up on it, as far as I understand, and maybe were involved with, like, it was one of their researchers that opened up the GitHub issue to alert the NX folks or something like that. Actually, I don't know, because I think they would have more responsibly disclosed that instead of just opening up a public GitHub issue. But I think that's all still being figured out. And then if you want to see the video that I made, the video basically is a shortened version of, I don't know if I would say shortened, you like, depending on how fast, well, it says 14-minute read and the video is 6 minutes that covers what's in this article here. So if you go to youtube.com/sneaksec, you're going to see my lovely face. You're going to get to see more of me. This is the video here, and I will share that in the chat as well for you to check out if you'd like. Okay. But I mean, you kind of got the gist of it, that I just gave you the rundown of everything. So, but it gives you more details of like what you should do if you feel you've been impacted by it. And that article that I shared will also be updated actively. So anyway, all that to say, that was one of my wins, is that I managed to deliver a video very quickly, albeit not up to the highest quality standard that we normally have, where we'll add in some extra flair into the videos. But I was proud of myself for getting that quick of a turnaround, and I think I did a decent job editing on that video. I feel good about it. I'm proud of it. So that's that. In fact, we can take a look at it really quick. A wave of malicious NX. Thank you, Frank. So that's one of my wins, chat. One of my wins. That's what I was talking about. What are your wins? Keep them coming. I feel like I probably missed a bunch in the chat. Where did I leave off to? I don't like missing people's messages, so I'm gonna go through and spend the time to respond to people that were kind enough to be here and send a message. So Sean said, fun of the week. I have insider information for something happening at a publicly traded company that is happening. Note, I'm not insider trading or sharing. Okay, fair enough. Congrats on that though, Sean. That's awesome. Just go to the bathroom. That'll take care of this. Wait, what? What was that in regards to? I don't remember. Sean's wins of the week. Got the nicest compliment from an Xbox player thanking me for all my help teaching him Helldivers. Designed some UIs.
And thanks for joining today, Marcy Popsis.
Welcome in. Happy to have you. I'll get to you in just a second. Designed some UIs that my team are all excited about, and I'm at the airport to fly and visit my fiance. That's awesome. Great stuff. Thank you for sharing, Sean, and congrats on all that. Round of applause. Releases far too much head movement for my half sick head. Oh man, I hope you feel better, Releasey. Sorry you're not feeling well. All right, what else did I miss? I'm up to the raid with Khalil again. Holy tabs. Rugmatbot says, I've been trying to come up with a dad joke about momentum, but I just can't seem to get it going. But no code review publishing backdoor. I don't know, Ayush. Good to see you, by the way. Thank you for joining and being there. I think it got into their workflow pipeline system somehow, and that's how the malicious actor was able to compromise the package. Redeem idea. Close a random tab. Ooh. Did you add that to, like, there's a redeem for add a command? If you put that suggestion, like, I still have Roy Lacey's one about the matrix, but scaling instead of moving in a direction. So it's just many versions scaling up. I still have that idea written down there, and I'm kind of using that queue, the reward request redemption queue, channel point redemption queue, as a means to keep that. So if you want to enter that there, that'd be great, Rugmat. I like that idea.
Rugmat wants you to add a new command.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. Thank you, Rugmat. I know it's not exactly a command, but there you go.
Welcome.
Bookfire.
Thanks for joining today, Cecil Phillip.
Cecil, what is that, on YouTube? What's up, man? You missed a lot. I was just talking about the security incident I was mentioning to you earlier this week. I recorded and edited the video fully. Normally we have an editing team, and so I was just proud of the work I did over on there. I think I have the link handy still, so I can send it to you. Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate that. You just got out of a Zoom call? Did it go well? Hope it was a good one. Bookkeeper says, I think I'll do, or yeah, book buyer. I'm calling you bookkeeper. I think I'll do some classwork for a bit. Oh yeah, do your thing. That grind of video editing. So really, yes, Frank. Apparently, cybersecurity is the next big time job. I mean, it's a good industry to be in right now. I'd say. That's how I feel, but I mean, I might be a little bit biased since I'm in it. But like, there's a lot of security incidents that are going to be coming from all this AI craze. And to be clear, my stance on AI for code generation, I think there's pros and cons to it. Like, I think it can be super helpful, and then I also think it could be kind of terrifying. So, this says I'm going to reboot here and then come back for a lurk. PC acting up okay. I think I'm caught up on chat now. Yeah, I think I'm all caught up there. Hex was talking about the pre-scripts and post-scripts. We figured out why that wasn't working. Frank says, I need to pick a second language balancing between JavaScript, TypeScript, and Python. I feel they are both great options, but I keep switching ideas. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of folks in that position, Frank. I think you know I really enjoy both, but I tend to lean on what I know already, so that's why I'm biased towards JavaScript, TypeScript, but Python's fantastic too. The reason why I tend to, well, besides my bias, but I lean towards JavaScript, TypeScript because you can, if you learn that, you can use that code like anywhere. You can use it on the server, you could use it in the browser, you can use it on IoT devices, you know, like it's applicable. Not that it's necessarily the best language to use in all of those environments and scenarios, but it gives you a lot of flexibility, right? So you can build thick client like apps. You can build mobile apps. I mean, again, albeit not necessarily the best language to use for a mobile app versus like a native app, but you could do it still, and it could be applied there. And you can really, you have a lot of access, is what I'm getting at, to building different types of software with JavaScript and TypeScript versus Python. So that's why I tend to point people in that direction more, because it'll make you more ubiquitous. But Python is fantastic. Peck says, didn't NPM have some security issues with the pre and post scripts before? Yes. I mean, it's a common occurrence, this pre and post install stuff. So that's why I'm like, I have that turned off. But I forgot I turned it off. And I was like, why isn't this working?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Chris Funk 21.
Chris Funk, good to see you. Khalil says, nowadays, one can only expect... I read all that already. Caught up on that. Knowledge is power. Thank you, Card House. Good to see you. Card House, I'm still getting... I'm still in the Instagram Reels feed of card magic and stuff like that pops up in there. And I do think of you when I get to see some of those things. Marcy Popsy, sorry I'm taking so long to get to your message. Says, thank you. I wish someone did the same after the Ultralytics attack. I did hear, well, we did actually in that article. I don't remember. Sneak NX AI malicious. I keep forgetting how we named it. Where's it? Weaponizing AI. That gets called out in here. Ultralytics right here. And I think, yeah, we have a blog post on that as well. I didn't make a video on it, but we have a blog post on this from December of last year. I don't know if you're interested in that, Marcy, but I'm dropping that in the chat for you as well. This is a colleague, Steven's on our team as well, along with Laurent, who wrote this one up. Oh, I'm not showing my screen, sorry, but I just shared the link in chat. Sean says, you were talking about shitty thoughts, so I was making a bad joke when I said go to the bed. I got you, yeah. Card House, win of the week, booked a family trip to Cedar Point for a Hollow weekend. Ooh, congrats on that, and thank you for sharing. That sounds like it'll be fun. Is it going to be spooky? Does Cedar Point do like a Halloween-themed thing? Yeah, no problem, Marcy. Cecil said, what did I miss? Got that. Oh, the chat just jumped on me for... Cecil says, yeah, I think so. All right, good to hear. Good to hear. Khalil says, yeah, don't Doesn't it depend on how you use it and why you use it? Too many different use cases, scenarios, both professional and personal, to go by example. Yeah, definitely. AI is definitely like that. There's a lot of good and a lot of bad with it. Like something where I think it could be really bad is like people generating like videos and images that are not real, but they look real, right? And fooling people, especially older generations that are online and on the internet. I keep hearing about, in fact, there was somebody, the lady that was doing my sleep study, she was a little bit older, and she was telling me that because we got talking about AI, I was telling her I work in cybersecurity and everything like that. And she was telling me that a lot of times she has to ask her daughter, like, is this real? This looks really real to me, but I don't know for sure. And then her daughter will be like, no, mom, that's not real, that type of thing. So like, it's happening. Like that was like, I had heard people talking about that happening, but like to get a firsthand anecdotal story about it, like that was pretty eye-opening. Frank says, yeah, that's what I think too about JavaScript. Yeah. But probably the most general shortcut as a motivation has its risk if you don't know what's what and what else is necessary in terms of AI, Khalil. Definitely. That's why when people, we've had a handful of folks come into the chat here asking, that are like early in their programming career, they're deciding whether they should go to a boot camp versus college and that type of thing, or whether it's even worth to get in the industry. There's a lot of different opinions on this. And, honestly, there are times where I see stuff from people that seem very credible to me, that I kind of, in a sense, trust their perspective on this. They seem to be very knowledgeable and authoritative kind of on the topic of the industry and hiring and stuff like that. And I don't know what's like truly the situation when it comes to hiring programmers in this AI age. Like I feel like I see a lot of people hiring, but I also feel like I keep hearing that there's companies that are laying a lot of people off and not hiring engineers anymore and are leaning more on AI. And it's like, I think it's a mixed bag. It's like almost to the point of, it depends on the industry that company is operating in and how they leverage software engineers at that company or at least not leverage, but like what the software engineers are responsible for at that company. And I don't have like a concrete answer for this, but I just feel like there's trends where if it's a tech company that's building software for the tech industry or stuff like that, maybe I'm just spitballing, like I don't know this definitively, but and it could be flip-flop the other way on this, but maybe those are the ones that are leaning more on AI for engineering purposes and not hiring engineers, whereas like a company that's in the entertainment industry and they have to build custom software, they're likely not going to lean on AI right now. Or maybe even, I don't know, maybe they use it to some degree, but not like where they're going to lay off engineers and replace them with AI agents or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm just speculating that I think that's where like people are calling out these trends, but I don't know, like it feels like it's mixed. It's a mixed bag of what's happening right now. And I don't think it's so definitive that a lot of people say that like, oh, this is the worst time to be an engineer versus this is the best time. Like I'm of the camp of right now, in my own experience, when it comes to AI in this industry right now, because let me back up. One of the naysayers is there's very like the people that are like negative about the situation right now, they talk about how they feel bad for newcomers and more junior and entry level people in the industry because, and they back this up in the sense of they're saying people that are more senior that have decades of, like myself is in this category, I have decades of experience in engineering related roles or straight up engineering roles, and those people in that category,
2 minutes on Twitch.
Let's pause that ad if we can. Those people in that category there are pockets of people getting laid off in that category, and then there's reports of those people with that level of experience not able to get engineering jobs. So I believe that to be true. I believe that that can be the case, but I think that's not necessarily applicable across the board, the entire industry. I don't know that it's like that pervasive right now. I don't feel like it's that pervasive. Again, this is all just feeling from my own experience and like what anecdotal stuff that I'm seeing. So I don't understand how people can definitively say that way, right? But then at the same time, you can't necessarily say it's definitively like a great time to be an engineer,
Thanks for joining today,
right? So where was I going with this? So I kind of personally, how do I delay this ad? Why isn't it coming up that I can delay the ad? I don't want you all to get stuck in an ad while I'm trying to finish talking through this idea or thought process. So I find myself getting a little bit concerned about that, honestly, if I'm being completely transparent with you all, because like that could certainly happen to me, and it has happened to people around me, type of thing. And I don't know if the situation is hard for people to get rehired yet. Like I haven't seen that just yet, that are in that level of experience as I am firsthand. I haven't seen that firsthand. Let me put it that way. In fact, I've seen people get laid off and get hired rather quickly within a month or two. So, but you keep, again, these people on like LinkedIn, for example, are writing these long paragraphs of how they're seeing seniors that are not getting jobs for 6 months to a year. And that's kind of, it's scary to hear, but like, is that like really as pervasive or as widespread as they're making it seem to be in that post, right? So you got to take it with a grain of salt, but it's doing its job. It's pulling at your emotions, you know, being a person having a career in that industry. They're getting the views and the clicks and the responses and whatever, right? And I think there's a little bit of that going on with these types of posts right now. Anyway, getting back to what I was saying, when people come in that are more entry and junior level, I personally feel like it's an awesome time to be an engineer for two possible reasons. One, like the AI, thanks Rugmat, the AI right now at the current level that it's at, and I personally feel like it's kind of plateauing in terms of like the progress it's making and impressiveness of like how good it is at coding. I've specifically been using it for coding. I've used it for other purposes, but specifically talking about that use case, I feel like it's been plateauing a little bit. Damn. All right, I'm gonna wait for the ad. I don't want anybody to get stuck. Corey, good to see you though, by the way. I mean, how you been, man? Glad to have you here, man. I see you making moves in the industry too. Such a timing, Rugmat. You know, I'm tired, but this conversation's got me fired up. The funny thing is I'm in the words on stream category. Should be in software and game development or whatever the hell category is right now. I'm just pausing right now, chat. Chris Funk, great to see you. If you can hear me right now. Corey, great to see you as well. I see your messages coming through. I'm just trying to finish this thought process and catch up with everybody, all the other messages so far. Words on stream yet? Not yet, book buyer. We will, I promise, very shortly. Well, I don't want to promise that because I'm a yapper. I'm a yapper when it comes to streaming, if I'm being honest with you. I appreciate you still being here and having an interest in words on stream. We definitely, well, what I can tell you is we definitely will play words on stream, and we'll be working on the tool. And I think you're going to like it. If you like playing words on stream, and if you've not been here before and seen the tool that I built that helps with playing words on stream, it's not a cheat. It's not a cheat code. It doesn't give you the answers. It helps you learn of the tactics that experienced words on stream players do and use, and strategies that they use. So anyway, all this, and I could be talking to nobody. Why wouldn't it let me delay or pause that ad? That's kind of wild to me. Are we still in an ad right now, folks? I can't even tell. What's going on, Twitch? And learn new words. Exactly, May. Yes. Glad to see you still there, May, too. We're not in ads? Okay. All right, so what I was saying before the ads came up. Ad stopped? Okay, thanks, Corey. I was saying hi to you, Chris Funk, and other folks that popped in. I'm still catching up on messages. I will get to everybody's messages shortly. I just want to finish this thought process and my little spiel, if you will, on the whole AI impacting the industry. I feel like now is an awesome time to be getting into computer programming, computer science, however you want to title it, with AI, because AI is making it more accessible to quickly iterate. And whereas like iterating without AI can be quite slow, you it's not bad, it's good. Obviously, I've had success myself and without it all these years, but I think it's pretty impressive and awesome to me, and it's helped me out significantly to make progress on things that would normally take much longer nowadays. So you have a minute 30 ads left for you, May? What the heck is going on? It doesn't show it on Twitch for me for some reason. The key thing though is, and this is why I think it's important for people to not be afraid of AI, at least in the current state of it, right? Maybe it gets to a point where it gets better. I don't know for sure one way or the other, but right now I can tell you it feels like it's plateaued and it's not really getting as impressive or making huge strides like it was the past 6 months. The past 6 months, it was like bam, 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 things were getting better and better. And like lately, these new models that come out they're always touting that they're the best coding model ever out there, and they hit these crazy benchmarks on some benchmark measurement tooling thing that I don't know what it means necessarily. That's on me, but it seems like I don't know that it means a whole lot, to be honest, in the using of it, the practicality of it versus however they're testing it. So I feel like it's plateaued right now. Will it always stay like this? Will it not get better? I don't know one way or the other. But in the current state of things, if you are just getting started, it's important for you to learn programming and the concepts behind it and the theories behind it and get experience what it's like not using AI, so that you can catch the things when AI is making mistakes, because it does make mistakes constantly. And I'm constantly having to correct it, or I'm constantly having to rethink how I'm prompting it so that I can get it to do the thing that I want it to do the right way. And it has all the information it needs. And even in those cases, when I feel like I've done everything I possibly could and there's nothing more I could give it information, like to the point where if I gave another human this amount of information, they should be successful. Even if they're junior or entry level, they should be successful in implementing that feature. The AI will still mess up at times. Different models, different tools using those models. It's very similar results across the board in my personal experience. So just take that with a grain of salt. It's just me. Not necessarily the same situation for everybody, but that's what's been my experience. And so because of that, if you are just getting started, I think you still have an advantage. You still have the capability, because that's what's given me an advantage right now is I have experience debugging and finding issues and fixing things and figuring out and getting stuck for hours on a stupid bug and realizing it was just a simple little semicolon, something missing there, or typo or some shit like that. I know to look out for those things, right? That's a very simple situation, but like in your different programming language and ecosystems, there's common things to like look for, and you learn that from your experience and your studying with programming in general. So if you have that knowledge and then you apply it in conjunction with using AI, you're going to be a rock star. You're going to be able to pull off a lot of stuff. And not only that, I really think now is an amazing time. Like, I just feel like entrepreneurship is just exploding. Like, the opportunity is crazy right now if you're the entrepreneurial type, because you can study programming, learn it so that you can use AI really effectively to build products and services way faster than ever before and way cheaper than ever before. So that's why I think it's kind of a good thing right now. I think we're in a really good time, and the people that are just getting into the industry, I think they're still good. I think they're still good to go. Now, 4 years from now, will I still be saying that? Like, will I still be saying like, hey, yeah, it's a good idea to get into a 4-year degree, computer science degree in 4 years, and then you're going to be another 4 years out type of thing? You know what I mean? Like 8 years total where before somebody gets into the industry? I don't know. I don't know by then. But if you're doing it right now, you're in the middle of it, or you just started this fall semester, I think you're okay. I think you're good. And that's my 2 cents on the topic. So let me catch up on chat now that I got off my soapbox there. I don't know that it's a soapbox, but you get the idea. Chris Funk says, just survived taking 2 dogs to the vet for shots. Going to consider that a win of the week. All right, that sounds good, Chris Funk. I can definitely understand that. congrats on that, and thank you for sharing that win of the week, Chris Funk. Frank says Python could be cool for IoT projects. That's why I keep coming at it. I got you. Yeah. Frank also said, but I think it will be JavaScript or TypeScript for the stronger structure that I'm used to. Yeah, definitely. If you coming from a C#.NET background, TypeScript is like, it feels very comfortable. It feels very similar to C#.NET. Like, it's not the same. Definitely not the same. But it can translate a lot of your knowledge from C# to TypeScript way more easily than JavaScript. Rugmat says, win of the week, long weekend ahead, going hiking with friends. That's awesome. Congrats on that. Thank you for sharing, Rugmat. Cardhouse says, they do a whole big thing with haunted attractions and scare actors roaming around at Cedar Point. That's cool. Congrats on that. That's really awesome. That's going to be a fun time. Hope you all enjoy that. Khalil says, feels like a hype nowadays and already for a while to be either on one or the other side of something. Being moderate based on arguments, one won't be judged as cheesy, too friendly, speaking generally and cautiously. Yeah, like that's my perspective on it. Is like, I try to be balanced in my perspective on it because we're in the middle of this thing right now, the middle of this AI era, and I don't think it's sensible to be overly hyped up and try to like speak it like it's the greatest thing ever, but I also don't think it's sensible to be super negative about it either. So I want to be practical. I mean, and my whole thing is like, the only way you're going to be able to do that or have a opinion on it is if you try this stuff out and you use it and you get experience with it to be able to feel comfortable in saying those things, So I'm with you. Khalil says, yeah, people been advising me to go AI for front end, but want to learn the basics. Otherwise, got a job, never learned the correct way, and in a matter of time, it'll be clear, and I'll have shot myself in my own ass. No, I don't know about that. I like, if you're, well, here's the thing. If the people that are super I'm not saying this is necessarily you, but in case you are leaning this way, if you're super resistant to AI because you're just, I don't know, like a purist type of thing, or I don't know, whatever your reasoning is. I'm not trying to invalidate what the reasoning, because there are definitely valid reasons why people don't like AI. Like, one of them could be like the environment effect, like the amount of resources it takes to run these models from these big foundational model providers like Google and OpenAI and Anthropic and all that. Like, it's crazy, and it's exploding the amount of, like, in the US alone, I keep hearing about new like, not factories, but like new buildings being spun up to build infrastructure to support server farms, you know what I mean, to be able to run the compute power that they need. Like, there's just a lot going on with it, and we don't know, what the full impact is going to be in that regard, right? Like, but you can kind of guess, I think, to some degree, or like estimate. So there's definitely like that. There's an argument for that, and I don't, I don't have any, what's the word I'm looking for? The lack of sleep is getting to me. I don't have strong argument to say like, that's a silly thing to think about. Like, I agree with it. I think that's definitely a valid concern, I guess, is the short of it. But I don't think I don't think in general being so staunchly against AI is necessarily a healthy approach to the current situation, right? Because, like, I don't think it's going anywhere. Kind of like, when basically, I mean, think back of the yeah. Oh, thank you.
Like salad and coffee.
Salad and coffee. Listen, I'm tired. Thank you. We need to start playing while I eat then. Words on stream. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Oh, I don't think, think about like the crypto hype when that was going on. Like, that was nuts. And people are, like, even to this day, are very strongly against it. But it didn't go anywhere. It's not hyped up as much as it was. And there's definitely a lot of scammy crap going on with that. But there are, I believe, like Ethereum, for instance, like, those things have purpose and, like, can be beneficial from a programming perspective, from software perspective. And I think that long term is gonna, it's not going anywhere. I don't feel like it's going anywhere. I mean, clearly it hasn't gone anywhere. Crypto in general hasn't gone anywhere. But in terms of like the technology behind it, like that's here to stay. And I think the same situation is happening with AI. There's been a lot of hype around it. Things will eventually settle down and kind of fizzle out to where it's not such a hype train every freaking week, it feels like. And then the things that are impactful and meaningful that AI can be applied to will continue on, and the things that were just kind of a lot of smoke and mirrors and show will fade away. So we'll see what happens with that, right? Time will tell. Khalil went on to say, it makes the daily complex for the good and the less, but that's just hand in hand with the pace of innovations nowadays. Yeah. Sean says, so one interesting thing is that phone scams have significantly jumped in Japan because now you can have AI do automatic translation with human speech. Yep. So while it didn't make sense to get someone who speaks Japanese speaking to folks for the scam call centers, now with AI, they can go after untapped markets, in quotes. Yeah, like that's definitely a negative thing, a negative use case for AI, right? For sure. That's crazy. But on the flip side of that, you can use AI to, like Kitboga, May knows all about this. Kitboga uses AI to like help scam the scammers, like hold them hostage on the phone for long periods of time, wasting their time so that they don't call actual people that they can victimize. And you can use it for good in that way, right? So there's things like that. Khalil says, apologies for the books I'm writing. Just interesting comment. Yeah, no worries, Khalil. Frank says, AI creates disturbance and affect the company structure. Therefore, there is layoff and hires. Ask me why I know. Yeah, I know. Exactly. You're one of the people I think of, like part of layoffs, but you got hired on fairly quickly. It seems like, from my perspective, I know in your situation, it might not have felt that way, but it seemed pretty quick to me, given all the doom and gloom that people talk about in the industry, you know, just something to think about, just something to share with people, you know. Sean, it didn't pop up for me to pause. Yeah, I know, it didn't pop up for me either to pause the ad. Khalil says, if one can identify the new needs of today and is prepared to adapt, maybe even interested, one will thrive. Maybe not easy beginnings, but adapt, patience, resilience. I don't know what do I know? No, you're speaking truth that I believe in as well. Corey says, yeah, the industry is at a bit of a precipice when it comes to hiring. Yeah. I mean, I think part of what's happening too is we have to remember that like 2020 to 2021, that crazy time in the tech industry where there was like a lot of money flowing in the industry and a lot of hiring, and it was booming. It was a wild time to be in that career. And I think it went too overboard. Companies went too overboard in that time frame. And then there was a lot of correction going on with that. And then you add that, and I think there's still some residual effects things going on with that, even this many years later. And you combine that with the AI, right? Like, and the threat of AI taking up some of the capacity or bandwidth that would otherwise be needed by engineers. So companies are like, this is an interesting thing, you know, like we overhired on engineers before, and maybe we can offset some of that with AI tools, right? Like improve our efficiencies, right? So I think it's the combination of those two things coming together at this point in time. I think you put it nicely, the precipice, Corey Weathers. So, still catching up on chat. I appreciate all the messages. I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I'll get there. Sean says, also, I have AI stories for you, Clarkio, but not stuff I'm comfortable saying here. Okay, fair enough. I'm happy to hear that, Sean. Looking forward to it. Khalil says, too much extreme black or white statements. Hype equals numbers. Influence that. Yeah, exactly. Spot on. LinkedIn Prime example of how the platform devolved in the past year. Yeah, speaking my thoughts. No, I'm with you on that, Khalil. Corey says, I really do believe companies are scrambling, and it's having a micro or macro effect that seems big to us in the industry, but smaller on the big picture scale, but bigger when it comes to revenue dollars. Yeah, man. Well, Corey, if I'm correct, right? That's what I was saying. I mentioned, well, you might have been in an ad at the time, but I was mentioning I saw you were making moves. You just recently, not too long ago, switched to a new role, right? So you've been out in the interviewing and trying to look for a new role situation. So you have experience of what that's like right now, right? Corey said, agree on the iteration piece. I think it's up to new learners to truly be curious with AI tools. Yeah. Yes. That's the thing. Like whenever there's technology, like having that perspective of curiosity, I think is like the best perspective. Cautious curiosity. Maybe we'll put it that way, right? Sean says, I'm going to need to leave shortly for my flight, but I think at least one of my last chats will entertain you. Okay. Did you DM me or something? Or I haven't caught up to it. Are you talking about the stories that you have? Well, in any case, have safe travel, Sean. Appreciate you tuning in from the airport, man. That's freaking awesome. Card House said, I work primarily with PHP and Laravel, and they just put on an AI package called Boost, which automatically generates agent guides and provides an MCP server which allows agents to query your project for context. Made my code reviews of AI work much easier. Yes, I definitely feel like that is an awesome use case. Like GitHub Copilot in PRs too. Or there's another tool out there called CodeRabbit. Having that kind of saves some of the time and effort when it comes to code reviews, I think is pretty cool and beneficial. Now, I think though, the one potential negative thing with that is people will get too reliant on it and trust it a little too much to catch everything for them. And things will go well, things will fall through the cracks essentially if you don't have human in the loop kind of reviewing these things still. So Sean says, are you super resistant like me for more moral/ethical objectives? Which, yes, very fair. I can definitely understand that. Khalil says, nah, just a beginner coder, so I want to learn before using AI to actually code. Yeah, so I understand when I read code, but I'm a beginner still. Okay, I got you, Khalil. Carter says, I've been using AI for coding since day one and have no fear that it will be taking my job, lol. Use it once, it seems like magic. Use it often, and the holes are glaring. I feel you. Sean says, that's the way to go, in my opinion, Khalil. Yes, 100%. Plus hand to the forehead situations are always funny in hindsight. Yes, Cleo. Corey Weather says, yeah, Microsoft is starting back up a nuclear power plant in my area for power. That's freaking crazy, man. It was the site of a really bad accident, so there are some folks in the area who are very concerned. Yeah. Yikes. Chris Funk, they are talking about adding a lot of data centers here in Texas. I wonder how our grid will support it. Yeah, Texas is on its own grid. Yeah, and Texas has a bit of a track history with power issues. Very, definitely concerning there, Chris Funk. May says, yes, Kit's Gauntlet is amazing. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did see some of his video on it, May, which was obviously very well done. Corey says, yeah, I just jumped ship from Okta to Atlassian. Took me approximately a year. Okay, I got you. Sean says, the AI scams that I mentioned. I got you. Okay. And with that, I am caught up on chat. Woo! That's the win of the week right there. It's been a while. That's awesome though. Like when this happens on a stream, it's a good thing. This is why I stream. I enjoy the interaction and conversations with you all and your inputs. And I appreciate you all joining in on that. And if you have more to add, feel free to keep it coming. I don't mind getting behind on chat, I guess is what I'm getting at. But I also feel bad that people send messages and then it take too long to get back to them. In any case, all right, now what we're going to do is we'll play Words on Stream because I'm going to eat lunch. And then we'll get into the rest of the normal stuff for the stream. Holy moly, it's already 2 p.m. An hour and a half of me yapping. How do you all deal with it? You're still here. Thanks. All right. Enjoy lunch. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to throw on the Words on Stream stuff. We'll get that rolling. We'll do the vertical version of it. Word count, please, before we start. Yes, I'll get you that word count. Hold on. I'm just getting everything set up. Let me get the mirror link too. Drop the mirror link in chat for folks that like that. And then in terms of word count, May, do a little inspection here. Console logs. We are at 10,021 words. That seems like it stayed the same essentially. Yeah, 10,021 words. Where were we at last time? You've been keeping track of it pretty well. Let's get the tool on. Should be refreshed and ready to go. All right, here we go. So this thing that you see here for folks that are like, WoS, are we going to play WoS, words on stream, that type of thing? This here behind me is like, actually this is the production version of it, and so is that one over, the smaller one where it says building this above it. It's the tool I built. You said 10,048 at the end of stream on Friday. Oh, so we lost? What? No. Have we done the Wordle? We have not. I'm not going to do it yet. We're going to play words on stream because I'm going to eat before the food becomes unedible. So we'll get to that, Rugmat. Did I say 10,048, May? So how did it go down? That's what makes me wonder if this is correct. Cheat, Frank wins. Yeah. All right, any case, let's get it rolling.
Thank you for the 67 long months of subscribing at YouTube.
Dubs coming in hot with the 67 months. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that support. May says, unless I misheard, but I have both numbers on my notes. 10,048. I feel like I don't remember it. Like we can check the VOD. I'll check the VOD and we'll see. Ooh, another win since we were kind of talking about that.
For joining today, Crystal _Ray 1970.
Hey, Crystal, thank you for coming in and playing. Another win of the week. Football has started. I'm very excited about that. Football, fall beers. Very much enjoy that stuff.
Don't overthink things, baby.
You see, it says man line? What? Hey, Huggins. Was it dork, Frank? Was it dork? I'm not asking you to say it, Frank, but I honestly don't know what you're. But I'm just gonna let it. I'm gonna let that one lie. I don't know. Our first clear.
Welcome and thanks for joining today's lesson.
What's up, JT?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Scarlet Subjects.
Scarlet coming in and saving the day on this one.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Nightbot.
No. Hey, nice job. We got 2 clears on that. Level 18. Right up the rip. Well done, May. Crystal, Huggins, Corey, Frank, Scarlet, Chris Funk, and Rugmat. Alright, I'm almost done eating. We'll play another round. Creme de la creme, baby. Be right back, chat. All right. We're going to play until we fail, and then I'll do Wordle connections, and then we'll get into building. I'll catch you up on what I've done off stream on the bot, because I think I figured some stuff out with that, and I just need to start implementing it. But had to learn a little bit. Had to make a few mistakes, different wrong ideas, wrong concepts on how to do the chatbot. But I did get something working. Well, like a temporary project working. Like a separate thing. Anyway, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's keep going until we lose. Cabana. Canary. High cranery. Canare. Cranberry. Yarn. That worked. Barnyard. Anarchy. Well done, Scarlet. Archie? Ranch. That's gotta work. I love me some ranch. Chat, you ranch or blue cheese person? I'm a ranch guy. Narc was a word. Oh man, you beat me to that. Carnage? Yawn. Nary. Arcee. What we missed there? Acha? Aya? Karn? We tried Karn. That didn't work. Carney didn't work either. Must be from the other language. Portuguese. Portuguese. Weld. Deer. Reed. Oh. Dude. Weed. I think do? No. Ewer. Lear. Real. Deal. Lead. Oh, I'm locked, right? No, I'm not locked. I'm not locked. Lure. Dweller. Wield. Rude. Rue. Rude the day. That's not the right word. I tried lead. Drew? That probably was more likely the word that we missed. Scarlet with 223 stars. Holy moly. Oreo. Oreo. No, that's not one. Roll over. Who is that? Scarlet with the big word. You're the big word champ today. Roll. Love. Over. Roller. Rule. Lore. I think Roadmap bot's locked, that's why. Roll. I got you. Clear! Clear! Alright. Alright. We got this. Keep it rolling. A lot of people lurking. Don't want to play? Busy? Just listening in? Oh. Packed. Lack. Deck. There we go. Deck. We're at 12,100 subscribers on the Stink YouTube channel. That's freaking awesome. Doing so good. I was checking work there. Decker. Coat. Keep. Pled. Deal. Dole. Dice. Oh, eye is hidden. Eye is hidden. Eye is hidden. Picked. Nice job, Scarlet. Pick. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Iced. Yeah. Pike. Dicky? Would that work? Or is that not going to be a word? I guess we'll find out. Epic and probably Ike, right? I think this one here is probably Portuguese and maybe this one too. I don't know. Epic and Ike, right? Yeah. All right, let's keep it rolling. We can break the personal best for today right now. Ooh. All right, we got 5-letter words. Hey, Scarlet. Better. Oh man. Break. Teary. Archery. No, there's not 2 R's. Batty. Yeah. Batty. Tater tot. Tater. Yeah. Yurt. Heater? Treat. Treaty, Teary. Yeah. Good job. Ooh, yeah. A bet? No, it's just one T, right? Tardy. Tart? Tetra. Booyah. Clear. We got a clear on that one. All right, personal best for today. Level 22. Good on you. Ooh. Why hairy? Braid. Pariah. Pharaoh. Pin. Hired. Crash. Uh-oh. Rober. Heroin. Harpoon. Uh-oh. Oh, repair. That was a great guess. No. V? Behavior. I think it's too little too late now. Nice job though, Scarlett, getting the big word once you saw. Man. You hate that board? It's so yeah, there's not a lot of words on it, huh? Just get very unlucky with it. All right. We're gonna pause the words on stream there. We will get back to it. I'm gonna do the Wordle now. If you're not familiar with this, you don't want me to get it. It's me against you all, chat. You want me to like lose, not get it at all, or take more than 3 guesses. If I get the word in 3 or less guesses, I get a point. If it takes me more than that, if it takes 4, 5, or 6, you all get a point. And if I fail completely, you get, yes, no helping me. All right, no problem, Scarlett. You all get 3 points. You have a very dominant lead on me right now. And we share the answers in the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you'd like to join up there, ! Discord command in the chat. You get the invite link or go directly to clarkio.com/discord. You can share your... You got Wordle in 2 tries the other day. Oh, yes, I know. I saw. You've been kicking butt there, too. I've been in a rut when it comes to Wordle and connections. Connections, I expected, but Wordle, I thought I'd be... Chris Jones also got in 2 out of 6 today. For today's one? Yeah. And then I got stuck yesterday. I almost failed yesterday's. I can't believe I took that long, too. I couldn't think of the word. If you didn't know, yesterday's word was split. I was like, silhouette. All right. Okay. Well, we know. I guess I'm off to a good start here, at least. Sheer luck. Tried power first go. Nice. Wait, today? No, it's not today. Oh, you're talking about the couple of games ago. Yeah. All right. All right, so it's probably so R is either the first letter or second letter. Is it like? Is it Grant? I generally like getting other vowels in there. Could be great. I'm gonna go with Grant. That was my first guess. Oh, is it great? Great. What is it? Oh, it's not like E. I is it grot? Groat? No. Grolt? No. Is that a word? This doesn't. That's not in the word list. What is this then? Is this it? No. Can't be that. So it's not another. It's not another vowel. It's a consonant. Is it graft? Killing me not to help. I know you don't want me.
2 minutes on Twitch.
This is a matter of me getting a point or you getting a point, chat. So like you definitely don't want to help me. Oh man, what? Grats? No. Is this a word I know? Gract? 2 T's? Grart? No. You can do it. Look away. Graxt? No, it doesn't sound right. I feel like it's Gralt, maybe? Great? What the heck? Is it grapt? I don't know if that's a word. We've tried all the vowels other than Y. It's not, no, okay, so it's not a vowel, it's a consonant.
About to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Graft. Yeah, like a skin graft. Oh man, that took too long again. Finally, I don't think it's been so long since I got a point. When's the last time I got a point? Oh my goodness. You all have had such a win streak. All right, if you do join the Discord, you head on over to the Wordle channel here. Oh, thanks, babe. Head on over to the Wordle channel. Drop in your results. You don't need to conceal them necessarily. I conceal it because you all know I use the same word even when I'm not streaming. Shart is my first word. So I hide it so that you don't know as much information. Although if you see I get it in 3 or, if I get it in a short attempt, you're going to know a lot of the letters already from that. But, feel free to do however you want. You could just blast it in here like this, like Chris Jones, or conceal it if you'd like. Share it in there. Join the community. Partake in that if you like playing Wordle. On that note, though, I need to edit this because I finally got a point. Maybe I'll make it a double digits by next stream. 29. Oh, 29. I'm 20 points behind all-time lifetime score, and what is that? 15 away? It's gonna take 15 streams for me to try and catch you all. There's not that many streams left. How many weeks are left in the year? 15? Oh yeah, there's more than that. I have a chance to try and pull this off by the end of the year. Today is the 29th. And we're gonna save that. Haha, in your face, chat. I got a point. All right, now it's time for connections. We can play that together if you haven't played it already. If you've
Starting now and we'll go for 180 seconds.
If you've already played it, well, don't give it away, okay? All right, my big head's in the way. Let's get it out of the way. All right, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 7-10, 7-11. Chevron, gas stations, Shell, Gulf. Yeah, places that sell gas. Oh yeah. I know my gas. I'm gonna go to the bathroom so I don't. All right. All right, we got balloon, mushroom, mount, star, things that like get out of hand maybe? I don't know. Thank you for the applause, May and Frank. Banana. Lickety, banana, 710, personality. Splits. Ah, nice job, JT. 710 split in bowling, right? Banana, personality split, banana split, lickety split. No! It says one away. Maybe it's not personality. Banana split, 710 split, lickety split. Figure split, mushroom, personality, stock split. Let's try. Nice. Okay. Look at that. Blue and purple. Starting off with those. All right. Wax figure. I don't know. Personality, figure, star, name. Yep, famous person, and the mount, wax, balloon, mushroom. I don't understand how wax fits into that. I'm not sure. Things that like grow out of hand, right? Like your ballooning increase, yeah. Wax. Well, I guess wax poetic. That's where that kind of comes from. All right, I'm dropping that in the connections channel in the Discord as well. Feels good. Feels good to be good. All right, let's get another round of words on stream going. If you're all ready for that, say ready in the chat. May's ready. Waxing and waning, yeah. Yeah. Get that going, get this going. We're ready? We're gonna go again. We're gonna restart. Because now I have more food. Macaroni and cheese. I need substance to keep me moving, awake. I'm struggling on this one. Wow. Clear! Clear! All right. Turn lunch break off. Keep playing.
Welcome in and thanks for joining.
Hey, Trin.
Trin 565.
Happy to have you here, Trin. First time chatter. Welcome in. Excuse me. Ew. Looks like you all know each other. I feel like I've seen your name before in other Words on Stream channels, Trin. Happy to have you here. Maybe in Dylan's stream. Speaking of, is Dylan on right now? He's probably, right? You mod Dylan's stream. Okay, yeah. I was just checking Dylan's stream. We'll raid into Dylan again at the end of the stream here. We should probably just I've never done it before where you do that the stream collaboration thing. I'm gonna try knocking. This is knock good. Twitch may record video and sound while you are backstage for safety reasons. Who's that? And stream together, the host can initiate a shared chat. Chat is combined with other participating streamers, jointly moderated and accessible to any third-party applications operating the other streamers' chats, including Chatbot. Oh, that could be. That would be awesome someday. Yeah, that could be good as we're developing the Chatbot. Actually, then we just play on Dylan's side. And I work on, like, you play Words on stream on Dylan's stream while I'm working on the helper tool that he's using and the chatbot. That could be good. What does this do? Yes, that's what I was just thinking. Okay, yeah. Well, that's cool that we're on the same page there. Use your microphone. Share my screen. How does this work? I've never done this before. It's guest star. I don't want to guest star, right? What are our collaboration settings. I don't know how this works. Oh, that's if I wanted to ask to join. I don't want to join his stream. I want to do that. Well, didn't it say something about our chats joining though? What is it? How the heck does this work? I should probably look into this before doing it live on stream, huh? I'm sure Dylan knows how to figure it out. He's done it for his channel. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's done it for his backup channel, right? When he couldn't get WoS working. Guests can now share the screen to a session through Stream Together. As a host, you can turn this functionality on or off. What do we do? What does this mean? Network issues detected. Okay. Share your Stream Together experience on your stream by adding a browser source to your preferred streaming software. Welcome back, Scarlett. I was just looking into, you know how Twitch has that Stream Together capability? I was just thinking, what if we played in Dylan's stream while I worked on the chatbot on my stream, right? And we just joined the chats together. I've never done this before though, so I have no idea. I feel bad about abandoning Dylan's stream for a bit, but always wanted a word here. No, I totally understand that, yeah. And I don't want to take away from Dylan's stream for people to play words on stream there, you know? Although, I mean, I don't know if Dylan is Dylan typically active in the chat around this time, you know what I mean, when he's streaming it, versus other times of days? What is it? Or not trust? Okay, good. This I don't know if he's actively there anyway. Invite guests, shared chat. Okay, there we go. Start sharing chat. I assume the other streamer has to accept it too. Like, you know, I've never done this before. Well, if Dylan pops back into his stream and he's active in there, let me know, and we can try this out. In the meantime, I'm gonna end this call thing that Twitch popped up, and we'll see about it another time. We're good this afternoon. Slow for now over there. Okay, yeah. All right. So, let me catch you up on what I've been doing. So last stream or two, I've been working on creating a server. For those that maybe aren't familiar with that, you know, it's just like a computer that's going to host the chatbot. The chatbot will run there. It will be responsible for handling the details of figuring out how to connect to a chat room that a Twitch streamer will authorize the chatbot to connect to, and then respond like we see when we have like RugMatBot, when we go like, hey, test, and then we do that, like, where is it? Test. And then RugMatBot repeats that, right? Or when I do my win of the week one, right? And that Stream Elements or the Clarkio bot responds to that type of thing. So I'm trying to create one for Words on Stream Plus bot, basically it's called. And I was working off stream a bit to try and just get a sample together, right? Because I have been trying to do it in the actual project, but it's been kind of all over the place, and I had the wrong idea about it. And the reason I had the wrong idea is I was thinking, because the way Twitch is, if you've ever developed anything for Twitch, their whole OAuth process, it can kind of be confusing based on what you're looking to do. So if we go to dev.twitch.tv, this is their developer portal thing, okay? And if we go to the docs, it's kind of hard when you look at their authentication. Authentication being you log in, you log into your Twitch account on another website, or you authorize an application, a Twitch application or tool, kind of like Nightbot or Stream Elements or this Words on Stream Plus bot, you're going to authorize it. It's got to use this authentication flow to do that. And what I was confused about was I thought, since I had created the app under the WoS Plus bot Twitch account that I created for the purposes of this, I thought that I could just use what they call client credentials, meaning the app, if we go, was I signed into it? Yeah, my console, and I go into manage my app, and it gives me a client ID, which you can't really see too much because that's in the way. So hold on a second. It gives you a client ID and a secret that's I've already copied and used and that type of thing. So I thought I could be like, hey, Twitch, when I spin up my bot, I can have my bot go and say, hey, Twitch, here's my client ID and secret. Give me a token so that I can do things on Twitch. And that can work, but it doesn't work for chat purposes in somebody's channel. It won't give me the right token. It'll give me a token that authorizes the app to go do things against the Twitch API. Like, I don't know, what were some of the things we were looking at there? dev.twitch.tv again. You know, I could be like, oh, go get the channel point redemptions, or listen for when new subscribers come up and things like that. I can have the app do that with that token by listening to the API from Twitch. But so I thought though that I can use that same token to connect to the chat rooms, and I was wrong about that. The reality is you have to basically, I build this Chatbot API on my own application, and then I have to use my Words on Stream Plus account that I'm signed into here and tell it that to authorize as if it were the bot, basically. And that'll be the initial OAuth token for the bot, so that it can then respond as the WoS Plus bot in other people's chats. So that took way longer than I'm proud to say for me to figure out. But I finally figured out that that's the flow I need to go to, and I wrote that down somewhere. Is it in here? In the Twitch bot setup. So let's make this renderable so you can kind of read it better instead of that. So basically, learning note to myself. Twitch requires a chatbot to first use the Twitch user account for that bot. In this case, it's the WoS Plus bot Twitch account. And then I need to step through the OAuth flow using that account with this server, this app that I'm building, so that the app that I'm building can retrieve from Twitch on behalf of that account the tokens that I need, an access token and a refresh token. And then what happens is then I log, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Then I use this access token to connect to all the different chat rooms for other users that have authorized this chatbot to access their chat room. And this access token has an expiration to it. And that's why it has a refresh token, so that I can have the code in here, keep checking that the token is the access token is active. If it gets close to being inactive and expire, I can use the refresh token to go get a new one, and I just keep cycling that over and over again, right? And then the bot will always be running. It will always get new tokens, and it'll be acting on behalf of the WoS Plus bot Twitch account. So I finally came to that conclusion. It just took way too long. And part of it that helped was this whole thing was like, I was using AI to I was like, hey, read this documentation for me because it's not clicking, and tell me what am I missing. I'm like, here's my objective. Here's the Twitch documentation. What am I misunderstanding here? And it was like, well, why not just use client credentials, which was I was talking about before, or just a broadcaster token? And it says app tokens don't carry scopes. So when I go to Twitch, if in my initial way that I was trying to interact with Twitch to get a token, I was saying, here's my client ID for this app, and here's the client credentials for this app. Give me a token back. Well, when I do that, it doesn't come back with a token that is enabled to have scopes to it, basically beyond, for accessing the Twitch chat, that type of thing. So to connect as your bot, your own username, you need a user authorization of that bot account with the authorization code at least once. That was the key thing. I was like, oh, okay. Because IRC, Internet Relay Chat, explicitly requires the bot's user token with these scopes. So that's what we're going to be working on today. And then we're going to test it out. I did have a working solution here. This is a separate app that I was just kind of using as a something to tinker with. For folks that are in the technology space, it was enabling me to learn more about BetterAuth, by the way. And there's a tool out there called, or a generator scaffolding tool called Better T-Stack. So if you're not familiar with that, let me show you that too. It's really cool and interesting. It's a command line tool essentially, or you can use it in this way where you can build this out. But basically you run bun create, or you can use npm if you're used to that, and it will prompt you with a bunch of questions of like what you want to do in this stack. So roll your own stack, it's called, right? Go to the builder of it. Here's the things that it'll prompt you for, like what web front end do you want to have? If you want to have Next.js, Svelte, Solid, React, what or if you want to build a mobile app starting out with it, what backend API technology do you want to use? Do you want to use Express, Hano, Alicia, Fastify, or you don't want one at all? What runtime are you going to be using? JavaScript, Node or Bun, or Cloudflare workers, API, type safe APIs and that type of thing. I'm kind of vaguely familiar with this stuff, but I'm not too knowledgeable in that. So I just go with the TRPC or no API. What database you're going to be using, what object relational mapping you might be using, ORM, that's what that is. And then your DB setup, what like in the cloud that you might be using. I'm going to be using Terso because that's what we did with the Discord bot. And it gives you all these options basically. So you go through these prompts and then it goes and just goes, it poops out everything you would want, and creates it for you. So that was really cool to see. And it enables, where was it? Wasn't it BetterAuth? Yeah, your authentication. You can use Clerk or BetterAuth. And so I was like, I really want to use BetterAuth. And I was fumbling around trying to implement BetterAuth on my own, which little tangent here. BetterAuth is supposed to be better authentication than some of the other options that are out there, like Clerk or Auth0 or things like that, right? And getting it set up was not better. It was about the same for me. So I was like, and then I landed on this Better T-Stack, and I was like, it just spun it all and connected everything up for me so that I had that foundation. So think of it as like this type of tool. If you're not familiar with this stuff, if maybe you're not technically savvy, something like Better T-Stack is a tool that we use to generate the base of the project, and then we can add into it, right? So what I did was I was like, okay, spin up this project, which has a server, the API, and then the front end side, the UI that goes in the browser web. And then I was like, then using some AI coding agents and my own changes that I was handwriting, I was like, all right, let's get Twitch authentication set up using BetterAuth, which I think that got in here. It's in here. We say we add the Twitch client ID, client secret for the app, right? And then that allows people to log in with their Twitch account into this demo application. And then I was up to the point where I was like, okay, now that I have that working, let's add in, and it also updates the UI too, because I was like, hey, by default it has, with BetterAuth, it just uses like a username or email and password, but then you can turn on social logins too for it. So in any case, got all that done. And then I was last left off, I'm trying to get the authorization of the bot to connect to the chat rooms and then respond to commands, and then we'll be good. And then I can take that learnings and the way this is set up and apply it to the existing code for the Words on Stream tool. So there you go. That was a long-winded way to catch you up on everything that I did off stream between last stream and now. Scarlett says, that's how my Firebot is set up though. I just had to make a secondary account for it. Yes, LOL. Yeah. I know, it took me too long to come to that conclusion, because it's been a while. Like early on in my streaming career, I had built out a chatbot, but it was using different approach. It's really weird because that different approach was tmi.js, right? So Alka's been in the stream before. Alka Streams built out this tool, and as part of it, right? So this is the Twitch messaging interface, TMI, right? It's a package for connecting and interacting with Twitch chat, IRC from Node.js or a browser. It is fantastic, and I've used it many times before for years now. And The difference though now is if you create a chatbot, back in the day, they used to point you to, actually even in the Twitch documentation, where was it? Overview, authentication, user access tokens. Even in here, where was it? It would tell you get a token, right? It used to point you to this website, the TMI website. It's not in here anymore, is it? Get the user. Oh, where'd it go? I know I saw it in their docs before. And there's no way they removed it since then, right? No way. There's no way. Maybe it was... There was like examples. Yeah, examples of the 4. Register an app. Nope. What happens? Register your app. Get OAuth tokens. Client grant. I think it was in here. Where did it go? I don't know the website offhand. In any case, when you go to it, it's like Alka tells you don't do this anymore. And there's a new one now too that they Twitch points you to. Where is it? I know I've seen it. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, this might be this one. I might be getting to it here. No, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Example? Fudgesicles, where is it? It's making a liar out of me. I don't know. It was a website where you can generate an OAuth token. Basically what I'm trying to do. But what they're instructing you to do now is don't go to that website to generate an OAuth token anymore for some reason, and instead go through the API, because it'll give you, like, the OAuth token is like it should be a short-lived token and not something that just lives on indefinitely, because if somebody gets access to that token, then they can start accessing and acting on behalf of your chatbot. But I can't seem to find it right now. I do want to make it as a chatbot, deciding what kind of chatbot to build. I'm creating a cloud chatbot. Installed chatbots are like software people install on their computer, and then there's chat clients. Twitch API rate limits, Twitch chat rate limits. Twitch imposes limits for how many chat rooms you can join from a single user account. As of May 15, 2024, joining a chat room occurs only when you subscribe to the channel chat message event subscription or use the join command in IRC. The following actions do not count. This is something I'm learning right now. I didn't know. Following actions, not that we have 100 users right now, but it could go higher, right? At some point, maybe. There's a lot of people that play this and might use the tool. The following actions do not count towards your goal. Joining a chat room as the broadcaster or as a moderator user. Oh, okay. So if I join as a moderator, I should be fine. Joining a chat room after being authorized by the chat room's broadcaster. This is done by the broadcaster authorizing a chat. Channel chat message event subscription with an app access token and the channel bot scope. Okay. So that's something I need to add in there. 20 join attempts per 10 seconds per user. Okay. Chatbots can visually indicate in a Twitch channel when they are programmatically sending and receiving channels. Chat badge. A message sent by the chatbot must use the send chat message API. Ooh. A message sent by the chatbot must use an app access token. All right, so now I'm getting confused again. I don't know what the right way to go is then. This is making it confusing because I was assuming. So this app access token was where I thought I needed to go. Remember chat? That's where I thought I needed to go. Go that route. There's a send chat message API. Sends a message to the broadcaster's chat room. When sending messages to shared chat session papers differ depending on your authentication type. When using app access token, messages will only be sent to the source channel. By default, starting on May 19, 2025, messages can be sent to all channels by using the for source only parameter and setting it to false. When using a user access token, messages will be sent to all channels in the shared chat. Right. So this is where I thought I had to go. I'm using a user access token. Oh, my brain. Why is this so... What is this song?
And thanks for joining today.
Hey, Chris Jones. Happy Friday, man. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. I am learning about... I was talking about what I've done off stream, Chris Jones. And I'm reading the Twitch documentation about chatbots and authentication and stuff like that. And I had come to the conclusion prior to reading this documentation, but reading other documentation, that I need to be using a user access token when connecting to different users on behalf of my bot, my Twitch account.
And thanks for joining today.
Hey, TypeScript Tea Time. Good to see you as well. Happy Friday. What's both of yours win of the week if you got one to share? I'm catching you up on what I'm currently in the middle of right now. So I'm building out a separate just demo application to tinker with creating the chatbot and finding the correct or proper way to connect to a Twitch chat room on behalf of a user. Not as the user, but authorized by that user as the WoS plus bot account into that chat room. So that way when it responds to messages, it shows as the WoS plus bot. Now, when I was originally going down this path, I was like, okay, my app has a client ID in secret, and I can exchange that with the Twitch API for a access token. And then when I would try to join a chat room using that access token, it doesn't work. So it was like, you need to be using a user access token. So the idea is instead of initializing the bot to where it exchanges the client ID in secret for an app access token from Twitch, I initialize the bot and I have to then hit the endpoints with my bot Twitch account. It's very confusing to say. I have to hit my own API. I have to use my own API to sign in and authorize the API to access my WoS plus bot Twitch account so that it then can respond on behalf as that account to any other channels, chat rooms it connects to. Okay? That's where I came to that conclusion, because I was like, oh, I can't connect to a chat room with the app access token. So, you know? But according to this, Twitch's documentation when it comes to chatbot badge and identity, for a chatbot to display the chat badge when sending a message, I guess if I want that, I don't know if I feel like I should want that, right? So that people know it's the chatbot, it must meet the following requirements. And that is, it must send a message sent by the chatbot, must use the send chat message API. In that case, a message sent by the chatbot must use an app access token. The chatbot must either have the channel bot scope authorization by the broadcaster of the channel it is sending a message in, or have moderator status in the broadcaster's channel. For information on obtaining this authorization, see Authenticating Cloud Chatbots. A chatbot user's account is not the channel. Chris Jones says, win of the week just passed my 17-year work anniversary. That's awesome. Although I'm not there at the minute, as I'm halfway through my 6-month paternity leave. Hey, fair enough. Congrats on all that. That's awesome. Although it's more like 19 as I left and went back a couple years later. Oh well, hey, dang, that's a heckin' long time. That's loyalty right there, Chris Jones, for the most part. That little break in between. Congrats, man, and thank you for sharing. All right, let's look at this. Cloud chatbots. Since cloud chatbots use a user account owned by an application user, but need permission from the chat room's broadcaster to read and write chat messages, you'll need an app access token and a user access token from the user who owns the chat room. The app access token you'll need is for the bot that will be reading and sending chat messages as the bot. This is only needed to be performed once and kept alive through refreshing the access token. This authentication requires 3 scopes minimum. Right. Additional scopes can be requested depending on what API calls you'd like to make as the bot account. The user access token needed will be from the broadcaster who owns the chat room. This will be used for API calls that can only be performed as the broadcaster, such as get creator goals. I don't need to do that. This authentication requires 1 scope minimum channel bot to grant your client ID permission to subscribe to chat-related event subscriptions for the broadcaster's channel. Additional scopes can be requested depending on what API calls you'd like to make on behalf of the broadcaster's account. So I gotta do both? What the fudge, man? I thought I had it solved. This is all if I want to have that chatbot thing. I think for now, for the sake of making progress, I'm gonna put this on the back burner, and I'm gonna stick with because why would I send a chat message via API? Can you read chat messages too this way? Delete chat messages. This song is bothering me. It's on their event sub. To connect to the event sub WebSocket server, grab your favorite WebSocket client library and connect to event sub. Maybe that's what I want to do. Keep alive messages indicate that the WebSocket can. If you disconnect from WebSocket section, all subscriptions associated with that session are automatically disabled. To create a new one, you'll need to recreate subscriptions. Subscription limits. You can create a maximum of 3 WebSocket connections with enabled subscriptions. Each WebSocket connection may create a maximum of 300 enabled subscriptions. Hey, Dylan. Dylan, we were talking earlier about the possibility, no pressure on this either, but instead of people playing WoS in my stream while I work on, when I get to that point in my stream, when I work on the WoS Plus tool, the helper tool, what if we did that stream together thing and people play in your channel still and I just connect my tool to your channel while I'm developing on it, you know what I mean? That way we don't take away from people playing in your channel, and because I don't care if people play in my channel or not, I just need people to play while I'm working on it so that I can test things out and make sure things are working and all that shindig, you know? So what I had done was, I've never done it before. Have you done? Well, I know you've done it with your other backup account when WoS wasn't working for you. So I do this knock knock thing. Knock knock, who's there? And I don't know what else we need to do to stream together, Dylan. So that it shows up. Yep, it's pretty neat. Combines the chat basically. That's what I'm looking to do. I just want to like combine the chat. And what I could even do, I don't know if there's a way I can show your board on. I could just get the mirror link, I guess, from you. Show your board, and then I can connect my bot or my tool as the WoS tool to your instance. We can test it out for sure whenever. I'm down to try it right now, actually, because I'm kind of at this point where I'm like, we're still reading documentation, trying to figure out the right approach with the chatbot. And I just don't see that happening before I got to go anyway. Well, I don't see me making code changes just yet. So, up to you. I'm down to try right now just so I can at least see what it's like. And then I was planning on raiding into your channel anyway. Oh, what happened now? All right, level up your collaboration with a shared chat and shared view. So I start shared chat. Oh boy, a lot just flickered on the screen. Your communities can chat with each other now. You can leave the shared chat session at any time in your stream. Okay. Shared chat. Okay, got it. Okay, are we good? Is that it? Is that everything? How do I don't like that it like automatically like join with my mic. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you can have up to 6 participants. That's cool. Is that it though, Dylan? Okay, so I think the chats are combined now. Okay. All right, that should be it then. That's simple enough. Hey, hey. Good to see you all. Oh, that's cool. It shows a little icon of like where that message started from. Yep, they are cool. Hey, I suppose I should have given my channel a heads up. We're sharing the chat with Clarkios, so in the future we can play in my stream and he can troubleshoot and noodle on the tool. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Network issues detected. I don't know why it keeps doing that. So glad he's here to noodle, says Corgi over on Dylan's stream. That's funny. Did I miss anything in my chat, by the way? No, I think we're good. TypeScript tea time, by the way. Have you heard of Better Tea Stack? Sorry, I had to sneeze. Oh, thank you, Dylan. You didn't have to do that, though. I appreciate you pointing out the stream. It should show, like, for folks that are in my stream, you should see below at the bottom of the stream view, it should show that I'm streaming with Dylan in, like, the title or something. Yes, and then you can click on his name, follow him from there, all that fun stuff. Okay, that's good to know, Dylan. All right, yeah, this is my first time. Thanks for helping me do this for the first time, Dylan. I've never used that feature. I've seen Twitch and I've seen other people do it, but I've never tried it out. So that's cool. TypeScript tea time. Excuse me. This better T-stack thing is pretty cool. I think you might like it. I'm gonna drop it in the chat for you. I don't know is there a way I can send it just to my chat so I don't distract people in Dylan's chat? Yeah, you had a crash course in it, Dylan, when Words wasn't working. Is there a way I can send it just in my chat? How do I? I don't want to interfere with the game by sending this link. TypeScript tea time. I guess people will just ignore it, right? Should be like they should make it to where you can send something just to your chat, but I guess if it's joined up. Anyway, it's really cool. Send it to YouTube chat. Send it in YouTube chat. Yeah, but he's not on YouTube. So, all right. So I'm gonna go down the route of where I left off, and we can basically hide that. And now I can just focus on the code. This is kind of nice. You all can play Words on stream and Dylan's stream. Dylan, I might need the. There's a way you can send me. Not yet, though. Actually, there's no need for it today. I don't think. I was gonna say if you could send me the mirror link, but if in YouTube chat, Dylan's chat won't see it. I thought that was what you were trying to do. No, I was trying to. It was TypeScript tea time, who I know is a TypeScript enjoyer like myself. I was trying to point out a cool tool I came across in case TypeScript didn't know about it, and I didn't want to. I don't know. I didn't want it to be confusing to folks in Dylan's stream. Why I was sending a link to this technology thing. I guess is where I was going. Okay. Thanks for the mirror link. Store that. Here. I got that ready to roll. Close mine. Just checking on work real quick. I saw something pop up. We're all good there. All right. So, where did I last leave off here? I need the bot to use the Twitch client credentials from ENV to retrieve an OAuth token. No, I don't need that anymore. I need an app. I need an app. That's definitely part of the equation right now. Close all that. All right. I need to look at the API, and I need to see the TwitchBot should have an API that is. Set up bot credentials. Should be protected in production. Alright, I gotta step away, chat, for a minute. So go play WoS in Dylan's stream, and I'll be back shortly. BRB scene. A regular old BRB.
The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Dolphin Mermaid.
All right, chat, I'm back. I don't know if anybody's still there or how this works. I can't tell. In my chat app, I can't tell. What? I can't tell who's talking. I use StreamerBot to do a join chat for my YouTube and Twitch stream. Still here? Thank you. That music quit for a while? Yeah. I noticed that as soon as I came back. Thank you for still being here, May. Yeah, I don't know. Go by the badge. I see it. Well, yeah, I see the badge in like the normal Twitch chat. But the tool I use, I'm going to show you on screen. This one, it does both. It's called StreamerBot. It's a tool I use to do a lot of my command stuff and whatnot. And you can see it doesn't give me that indication of whether it's coming from Dylan's chat or my chat. I mean, obviously we can tell that these are from Dylan's because they're playing the Words on Stream game. But yeah. Whereas like when I look at the native Twitch chat, it does show when it's Dylan or not. What was this? What happened to the music? You said, yeah. Anyway, it's just something. It's learning. I'm learning how this works, how it all goes. All right, I want to try. I use the third-party chat, Chatty, and it shows bad. Oh, really? All right, I'll have to check that out. I think I've many moons ago heard of Chatty. I'll have to check it out. If it can support YouTube chat too at the same time, that'd be great. And then I'll just use StreamerBot for the bot capabilities, and that's it. The agile method of tech. What you talking about, Dylan? All right. There's a bot account, user authorization. Let's run this sucker. Run dev. That. Trying to reconnect. You know what? I don't think I've updated the bot actually. Your day job is at an agency, so we do a lot of something's going out the door on the due date. Okay. rolling out changes when they're done, but not necessarily when they've been tested already. Oh yeah, all the time. So you work in tech? Is that what you're saying, Dylan? I thought you were saying you weren't like technically savvy, or not necessarily technically savvy, but you're like you don't do programming. What is happening, says Rugmat. People are playing. What's happening is we're using the stream together feature for the first time. We joined up with Dylan. So if you want to play Words on stream, go to Dylan's. Well, go to both of our streams. I need the bot to use the Twitch client credit. No. I need a dedicated set of API routes for just initializing the chatbot. What if actually, hold on. I know I'm all over the place. My marketing agency is actually owned by a SaaS company. Oh. I dabble in development as a hobby. My day job is digital marketing. I consider myself fairly tech savvy all around, but no expertise in coding/development. Love learning though. I got you. Okay, that's what I think I remember you mentioning in the past. I didn't mean anything by saying you're not tech savvy. I would have guessed that you are tech savvy considering all that I've seen you do with your streams and stuff and getting that backup stream and having a 24/7 stream and all that stuff, right? Rugman says I can still play your WoS using the tool. Are you playing it right now? I don't even have it open. I have Dylan's open right now. What is it? Oh yeah, you're on level 19. What the heck? How did you get to level 19? All by yourself. I was sitting at level 19 waiting for you. Oh, I got it. Got you. What if we connect without a token? What will that do? Boom. Join Clarkio. Alright, we're seeing the chat messages. Now instead of sending a chat message that way, send message. If I say hello, and we get an error. Error sending message. Message dropped. User state. Did not receive command in time. What? interesting. Bot info. Yeah, something's going on with that. Let's do bot info. Handler. Add console.log. Made it here. Bot info. Say made it here. Did not. Oh yeah, they made it here. Why does it go through twice though? Look, all these messages are coming up twice. What is that? Is it like not closing the WebSocket? Let's do this. Set in there and then tell it. Make sure the connection to Twitch chat closes successfully or the API stops running for any reason such as a SIGINT. So chat logs on tools shows twice. In here, in this little demo tool I was working on, yep.
Welcome in and thanks for joining.
Frackberg says, win of the week, good vacation, loss of the week. My vacation is almost over. Well, I'm glad to hear. Are you enjoying it at least? It's good vacation. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing. Round of applause for you as well. What was a co-streaming glitch? Oh, the double chat? No. It was something I've noticed before. What I think is happening is when I stop the chatbot from running, I don't think it's fully ending the connection to the WebSocket chat room. So it ends up keeping that alive and like running in the background until I probably like go into Task Manager and stop the node process for it. So what I'm doing is I'm telling it to just make sure that happens. The server starts the Twitch bot but doesn't have any process signal handlers to gracefully shut down the bot when the server receives a SIGINT, which I'm using this right here, Control C. Whenever I run the bot in the terminal like this, I use Control C to stop it or terminal or other termination signals. I need to add signal handlers to ensure the Twitch chat connection is properly closed before the process exits. Because I think that's what's happening. Because you notice the first time I ran it, it wasn't showing duplicate chat messages in the console. And then the next time it was when I stopped and restarted it. So that's what led me to believe that. Crackwork says, yep, visited Hemingway House in Key West. Did a glass bottom boat tour. Ooh, rode bikes with my buddy. Pretty good week. That's awesome, man. Congrats on that, Frankberg. Now, you've done that tour before? I don't think I've even heard of it. What is this tool that you're using similar to Replit? This is called Visual Studio Code. It's very popular for web developers and just JavaScript developers in general. JavaScript and TypeScript. Running biome, skip flags, check for it, go for it. And then this thing on the left-hand side is called GitHub Copilot. So this is a AI agent agent meaning it can run things on its own, and I give it a task and it kind of just does everything it can to fulfill that task. Okay, we can do that. Very cool. Oh, yeah, purposely ended server test completed. Okay. Let me create a simple test, sending it a SIGINT. Running. Alright, now, yeah, do that. Check terminal output if it gracefully shut down. It looks like the process was terminated, but I didn't see the graceful shutdown messages. This might be because bot run hot mode interferes with signal handling. Let me test it. I'll test it. You know what? I'm just going to do it. Stop that. Clear. Bun run dev. That happened twice. Oh, it's doing it in there. No. Do it in here. Run dev for just the API. Now if I press Control C, aha! Stopping TwitchBot, disconnecting TwitchBot. So now if I run it again, I should have checked to see if we're getting just one instance of a chat message in each chat. Test. In here, test. Okay, that's one time. Test 2. Alright, so if I stop it, run it again. WoS and Dylan stream. As a viewer, how do you... Oh, I can warn Rugmat. As a viewer, is there a way that you can... How do you know which chat room to send your chat message to when it's in stream together like this? Me wonders. Me wonders. But I don't know. All right, so we have it successfully doing that. We'll keep that, and then we're gonna start it up. In my chat, I can see the streamer's profile picture next to their message. Not sure if that's a mod thing or not. Yeah, no. I mean, like, imagine, like Rugmat, for instance. Like, I know Rugmat was in my chat before, but this one showed up now where Rugmat did the WoS command, !WOS. And that one shows it was sent from Dylan's channel. So Rugmat, did you switch over? I'm just out of curiosity. Did you switch over to Dylan's channel to send that message via Dylan's chat? Is that how that works? Okay, I got that. All right. Thanks for confirming, Rugmat. All right, so now I want to double check. Let's do a new one. Let's do an ask now. So, Dylan, you were asking about this tool. Here's all the different like AI models I can use with it. Generally, my favorite is Claude Sonnet 4. But you have other options. And then you switch between agent mode, agent being like it runs and does everything on its own, ask mode, meaning like you just talk with it basically like a typical chatbot or AI chat tool. And then edit mode is it will, like agent mode, it will make all the changes and like run things and like try to test it out and see the output of stuff. Edit mode is it will just make changes to files with your permission. And it will stop at that level. It won't go as far as like to run things and see the output and all that fun stuff. So I'm switching to ask mode because I want to be like, hey, can you analyze this code to see if the chatbot retrieves, what did Twitch call it? An app? App access token. Retrieves a Twitch app access token using scopes. User read. And this might be like gibberish, but you get the idea here. I'm trying to confirm against the documentation that I've implemented this with AI rather. And here's your bot. Yes, I do see that your subscribers have the sub icons, Dylan. And then I see yours for mine. Speaking of, it keeps giving me ads in your stream. I need to... Actually, I think I have a Twitch Prime I can give you. Boom. There we go. That's the thing. If you sub during an ad, it makes you watch the rest of that ad. And when you swap, it looks like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes it very easy for me to tell when you're in your chat versus mine, because it also shows me your broadcaster icon too in your chat message, Dylan. Testing 1, 2, 3. So you should see that red icon from me as well. Whereas when you're in my chat, it shows you as, it doesn't show you as the broadcaster when you send messages in my chat. All right, it says, looking at your code, I can see the chatbot does not retrieve a Twitch app access token with the scopes you mentioned. Here's what I found. These scopes. This is for user authorization to allow the bot to chat in their channel. Bot authorization uses scopes. This is for the bot's account credentials. Missing app access. Neither flow. Request an app access token with the scopes you mentioned. The current implementation only handles user access tokens for channel owners. Bot user access token for the bot account. The scopes you're looking for are newer Twitch API scopes that would typically be used with app access tokens for in chat via event sub. Bot specific permissions. If you need an app access token with those scopes, you need to add a new endpoint. Okay, so now I'm going to switch this to agent mode and I'm going to say add the new endpoint recommended here to support getting an app access token with the needed scopes. You can now access the app authorization flow by visiting. Oh, it's done already. That was fast. All right. This code uses redirect URI with the fallback to that. You can now access the app authorization flow by visiting, again, app access token with that. All right, keep. All right, so now what I wanted to do is update this chatbot to replace the API Twitch app authorize API endpoint with an internal flow that will retrieve the app access token when the bot starts up. So this is a key thing. Clark, no stats for your stream while co-streaming, no new words, no personal best, right? No, it's all specific to Dylan's channel in that regard. So as you play on Dylan's though, it will get new words. Just like before. Like anytime you use the tool on any channel, it will capture new words that are, if it's not already there, if the word is not already there. Yes, new words, but not change the word count. What do you mean by the word? Like the total word count? Yes, it will. If new words get added, then the word count will go up. Is that what you mean? Or what you're asking about, May? Let's update the database too. Right now I need to push. Excuse me. So you see, I don't know if you're paying attention, Dylan, but this agent mode is like doing things in here, which is like updating my database, updating my code. That's the green highlighted stuff versus the stuff that doesn't have that green box around it. Yeah, I've used Replit and it's very similar. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's what you meant by Replit. I know what you're saying now. Replit. Yeah, Replit has a build apps and sites with AI. It's funny because Replit wasn't always like that. But yes. It's a little different than Replit in the sense of I don't know. I've never tried Replit's I don't know. Build a Twitter clone. No. Great, please sign in. No. No, thank you. Does Replit give you like now we need pros and cons? Well, with this, well, one, I'm already paying for GitHub Copilot, so that's the pro there, and that like I'm getting this functionality built into the tool that I already use with AI now. But not everybody's doing that. Some people pay for Replit, I imagine. Stuff like that. Man, I'm tired. It's hit me. So one thing that kind of is like, with using AI like this in agent mode, I don't like the sitting around and waiting for it to finish type of thing, or just like babying it. You know what I mean? Like I gotta babysit it and make sure it doesn't do anything. Because there's plenty of times where it like starts to like go off the rails, and I'm like, no, don't do that. That's funny. So Dylan's message from Dylan's chat. Yeah, these are all Dylan's chat room messages, but showing up as my chat room. Replit, you have so many hours or whatever they call their agent usage, also with hosting too. Oh, they'll host apps for you? That's cool. That's a nice feature. It has its own agent. Not sure what model it uses specifically, but it will set up the file structure, a dev environment, and then allow you to publish your own domain when you're ready to launch. That's super nice, yeah. All right, so I wanted to kill that. That's the other thing. It spins up new freaking terminals like crazy. All right, perfect. The server shut down gracefully, and now let me create a documentation update to reflect the changes we made. Let me add information about the new app access token functionality. So yeah, I don't like having to sit here and baby it. I want to code. Like, I don't want it to do everything for me. But like for me, I want to code on the features. I don't want to code this stuff. This is more, I would say it's not boilerplate. Boilerplate meaning like repetitive code stuff that you would write over and over again in all apps. It kind of, I think there's some overlap with that, and some overlap with it being unique to the app. Like boilerplate stuff, I would say is like, hey, I gotta set up, let's go to the top. I gotta set up the environment variables. I gotta set up the app to use cores, and I gotta set up the routes. You know, like, and the routes just, you know, and then the actual implementation of the routes is not boilerplate, right? Those are gonna be different for each one. I gotta set up the logging of things to make sure it logs relevant information that I need to debug and figure out issues that are going on in it. The graceful shutdown stuff on stuff like this signal interruption or signal termination, stuff this is native to Node or Bun runtime, that type of stuff, right? Like, that's all boilerplate. You write this mostly the same for every app. And I want to focus on, what does it say? Continue. I want to focus on building out the functionality I want to build out. Dylan says, yeah, super useful for setup actions probably. Yeah. Right, like this whole app actually, well, there's two things. I used a template, this thing that's called Better T-Stack, that you can see there. I named it this. You see, I'm like working off of this test folder just to try out and understand the flow that I'm looking for. So I stopped messing and making a muddy mess over in my actual project folder. I was like, all right, let me go over here and just start tinkering more. This is what I usually do, because like, otherwise things get into such like a crazy unhinged state in my actual project that I lose track of stuff, and then I'm like, all right, I gotta scrap it all and start fresh, you know? And I don't want to do that any once I start feeling that, that's when I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go to a separate folder, start from scratch there, so that it doesn't matter if I get it messy, and so forth. So anyway, what I'm getting at is, like, I don't like this. I like AI in the sense of it can help spin up things, small things, fast, quickly. But I like coding. I don't want it to do all the coding for me. I just want it to do the boring coding stuff for me that I've done before and I don't want to do it again, type of thing, you know? All right, let's see. Let's look at that, what it changed in the server, Twitch bot setup. What did it add? What was the diff? I guess we'll just read this now. All right, changes made. Removed external APIs, Twitch app authorize, callback, and generate app state function. Added database schema to Twitch app auth table to store app access tokens. Awesome. Generated and applied database migration. Awesome. Implemented internal app access token flow. So added setup app access token. Check for existing app auth. Awesome. Love that. If there is one, then we're going to use that and check when it expires. Allow some buffer time. Mark old tokens as inactive. Get a new app access token using client credentials grant. Yep. The response is not okay. Otherwise, get the tokens, access token. Store the new app access token in the database. An app access token set up successfully. All right, updated bot initialization. Bot now sets up app access token as first step in startup process. Status, updated login and show app token setup progress, and then updated documentation. All right, so let's see if it works. Run dev. All right. Using existing app access token loading. Okay. All right, so now what I want to do is, based on this documentation, the app access token you'll need is for the bot that will be reading and sending chat messages about. This is only needed. Additional scopes can be requested depending on what API calls you'd like to make as a chatbot account. All right, now we're going to set up. Before making your subscription, you'll have to decide what event sub transport you'd like to use. The options Twitch currently provides is WebSockets and webhooks. The WebSocket transport sends event sub events to your WebSocket to you over WebSockets, a protocol designed for persistent client-server communication within web browsers. Webhook transport sends event sub events to your public HTTP server via webhook. Receiving event sub events webhooks is the best option when a chatbot is hosted off of the end user system. All right, so we're definitely want to use WebSockets. We're going to be a persistent client-server communication. Creating the subscription is done by calling create event sub subscription API. Each subscription type has a different condition object that needs to be filled in. For chat subscription types, you'll need to set the chat's broadcaster and your bot's user ID in that. An example of subscribing to channel chat message where a broadcaster is user ID that, and the bot authorized is user ID that. I'm not going to worry about scaling up right now. Can you tell it where is condition broadcaster user transport? I'll tell it. Let's go to that documentation. If you use webhooks to receive events, the request must specify an app access token. If you use WebSockets to receive, the request must specify a user access token. Okay, so we're right back where we were. We're right back where we were. What the fudge, man? I think I'm too tired. Speaking of. This is what I don't like about Twitch. Twitch APIs and dev. This has been years of this mess with Twitch. Their API is so damn. I'm gonna go on a rant right now. I'm gonna go on a rant. It's been a while since I've had a rant like this. So if you haven't been here for a Clarkio rant, brace yourselves. I am so frustrated with Twitch API. It has been a mess for years. Years. Why have they not gotten their shit together with this API? Oh my gosh. Look how confusing this is. Several times they have given me conflicting information in their documentation. You know this pain point, Corey? Oh, thank you for still being there, by the way. I guess me talking about a rant piqued your interest. Years, Twitch. You still haven't gotten your API cleaned up. What the frick is wrong with you? Let's start from the top. Here's my objective. I want to create a chatbot. Just a simple chatbot that will listen to a chat room for multiple users, anybody that authorizes it, okay? And respond to messages where needed. And I want it to respond as the chatbot account. Okay? That's it. That's all it needs to be. They talk about chatbots. Where else would you go to find out about building a chatbot? Twitch chat and chatbots. Reviews for chat, like, because if you want to get your chatbot verified, I'm not there at that point type of thing. Maybe that's something, to once we get established here, maybe that's something we strive for, but I don't care about that. I'm just looking to get a working solution. And it should not be this much of a pain. Now, in all fairness, maybe my lack of sleep is clouding my ability to grasp this, but it's been going on. And it's reminding me, it's bringing back memories of other times I've built chatbots with Twitch. It was different. This documentation was not like this. It was a mess then too, but it wasn't this. They didn't have this, a lot of this stuff. Like conduits. I don't know where the hell that started up or came from. Chat is an essential part of the Twitch experience, allowing community members, streamers, chatbots to interact with each other in real time. Twitch provides event sub interfaces for reading information about Twitch chat rooms and their chat messages. That sounds like I might want to use event sub. For large-scale chat integrations, such as chatbots reading multiple large chats, an additional wrapper is provided for load balancing. Okay. That's good to know. I'm not there yet. I'm just building one locally for my channel, one or two other channels for now. And that's it. So, but good to know. Good to know. Twitch also provides API calls to send messages to a chat room.
And thanks for joining today,
What's up, Yanni? Perfect timing. I'm going on a rant right now. Boom. High five. Right through my hand. Twitch also provides API calls to send messages to a chat room and send messages directly to another user. So, that's nice. Do I use that? Or do I use event sub? Which one, Twitch? The preferred method of viewing and sending chats on Twitch is through event sub. Oh, and Twitch API. So both? What? You hear both outfield and Clarkio's? Wait, what's outfield? Wait, how do you hear my rant right now, Trin? Are you still in here? The preferred method of viewing and sending chats on Twitch. 2 tabs open, both audios up probably. Okay. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm still learning the stream together thing. You're lurking. All right, fair enough, Trin. That's not telling me the preferred method, Twitch. Event sub and the Twitch API? Which one is it? Which one should I use? I'm supposed to use both? Okay, well, let's keep reading. But Twitch historically has an IRC interface. That's the one I remember. That's the one I'm used to. That's the one that's the most simple. Based on a modified RFC 1459 and IRC v3 message tag specification. Fine. Twitch IRC has limited features. Twitch IRC has limited features, and for full chatbot functionality, some API calls will need to be made, such as in the case of using chat commands.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Run an ad. Put them in the ad so they can't hear me rant about you, Twitch. Nice timing there, buddy. For best possible experience within your chat integration, we recommend reading through the concepts described in this documentation series. However, for a simple example to get you started quickly, see example chatbot. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, we're going to use WebSocket. This example shows a simple bot that runs locally. This chatbot uses event sub WebSockets to listen to chat messages in a given channel and uses to. Yeah, this can this.
Janice Q7 says Rant is on fire.
Can this be any more of an indication already that this documentation is a mess and the API is a mess? Still. Years. I haven't looked at the Twitch API in years.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Gotta use both is what they said. You gotta use both. You gotta use both. Why do I have to use both? I don't understand. So it's using event WebSockets to listen to chat messages. So just to listen to chat messages, I gotta use one protocol. To send, uses Twitch API to respond to chat messages. I can't use WebSockets like a normal human being to respond and send messages. No, they want me to go through their freaking API, which is likely not going to be real time. Where WebSockets is it's intended to be real. It's for chats. WebSockets made for real-time interaction. Twitch. Why are you guiding people to use WebSockets just to listen and then Twitch API to send messages? What is the reason? I'm so mad right now. I'm cranky, lack of sleep, I'm tired, and this documentation is a reminder of how annoyed I was with their documentation and their APIs. The only good thing now, I would say, is it seems like they at least have like one API instead of like 15 freaking APIs that you don't know which one to use, which one's the latest version. Anybody remember that from back in the day? At least they solved that. At least they solved that. Oh my Lord. I'm surprised, but not surprised. I don't know. Corey says neither do I. I don't remember what that was in response to, but I'm glad you're with me on that. At least you know they didn't use AI to write it. True, Dylan. This is giving she came down in a bubble, Doug.
180 seconds.
Wait, what's that about? I don't understand. Sorry, I don't get that reference, Dylan. This is music. I need like rage music.
Janice Q7 says release the Quark and then release the Helix node.
Yeah, Helix. Actually, isn't it still Helix? I think they still have, like, if you look at the actual endpoints, it's got Helix in the name. Yeah, there's still Helix in there. So for folks that maybe aren't familiar, years ago, there used to be, I wonder, maybe if the Wayback Machine has it. You could look up the old versions of dev.twitch. I'm going to see. Hold on a second. The Internet Archive, baby. Let's look. I want to say I was building my chatbot in the like 2018 range. Let's look at one of those. It takes a little while to load, so hold on a second. Oh no, I didn't realize that would actually trigger my song. Oh, this is maybe a little older than, oh, it's not rendering the way it normally would render. New Twitch API. This is what in 2018 is when they. This is what. When is this from my foot? March 24th, 2018. See the Helix icon? This is when they. This must have been around this time they introduced the Helix API. I wonder if they have. Can I click on that? Tools and data used to develop integrations with Twitch. I don't know which one's in. I think this is the overview of it. Oh wait, I requested in Clarkio stream. Whoops. An API with you in mind. Bull crap. Bull crap. So at this point in time, it's not showing in this documentation. Oh yeah, they had pub sub going on. Yeah, they called it the new Twitch API. It's hard to see. There you go. This was 2018. They're in this transition period, and they had like Twitch API v3, and then like another named, kind of like Helix, but it was named something else, I think, API. And you did not know where the heck you should go, which API you should point to, which one had the routes that you needed to get the data that you're looking for. It was a cluster. Hold on. And they had it like under here. It was like, it was V5. They had a version 5, a version 3, I think, the Helix. It was, oh, maybe it's in their changelog. Let's see. Let's look back. Can we go that far back? In here? Oh, they got it all, huh? Where's API? Oh. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm not getting lucky in finding concrete examples to show. But I remember, and I imagine many of you that have been streaming and have been in the, and many of you that are in the chat recognize. I know I've known you since then. We've all been part of this dev community on Twitch for so long that we've seen the evolution or devolution of the Twitch API. Oh, Twitch API v5. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it only goes back to 2018. They've been doing this changelog. I wish these were like versioned routes too, because then that would give us like version documentation to the history of it. Product lifecycle, maybe that has it. Yeah, Twitch API v5, web sub based webhooks, Twitch developer rig. I remember using that. Pub sub, I remember that. I used pub sub. Oh, then there's v3. Yeah, yes. Okay, so we could see it in the product lifecycle at least. They keep that history. 2019, they decommissioned v3. And then they had v5. They were in between this, version 3 at the time, and version 5 and the Helix version, which I think 5 ended up morphing into the Helix one or something like that. Oh. Anyway, I'm done talking about that. Let's get back to figuring out what I'm supposed to freaking do. Apparently, mobile players deserve an award. It'd be rough out there. Unfortunately, I'm on mobile. Oh, you're talking about the game. Corey says, oh, I remember that. And you had to go to both. And they kept threatening to turn one off. Yes. Yes, Corey. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad someone's here that remembers this. Unfreaking believable, man. The preferred method. This I'm still like, are you kidding me? The preferred method of viewing and sending chat messages on Twitch is through event sub and the Twitch API. But historically, you use the IRC interface. Why does it have limited features? And for full chatbot functionality, some API calls will need to be made, such as using chat commands. Why is that? I want to understand that. Sending and receiving chat message. Reviews for chatbot verification. I don't care about that. Sending chat messages is performed using the send chat message API. You'll perform this filling in the broadcaster ID with the chat channel owner's user ID, and with sender ID being your bot's sender ID, user ID. So this is what makes it interesting to me. Looking at this right here, when you do bearer, that's the app access token right there. When it, and otherwise you prefix it with OAuth is what I saw in their other documentation when you're doing that. So if I want to send a chat announcement or a chat message, they're saying I need to do it via the API, which is very odd to me because that's not going to be real time. Like in this case, I don't know that the chat commands need to be like instantaneous when somebody sends a chat command message. But there are use cases where people would need that. I don't know for this app that I'm building, but I'm just saying. You can optionally reply to another chat message, filling in. I guess that's why, if you want to reply, since they added that functionality. Because via WebSocket, you can't reply. It's just like, it's just different events in different orders, right? It feels to me like this is the proper way. So I need to listen to chat messages via event sub WebSockets, and then send chat messages via the API. Oh, my power just flickered. My power is continuing to flicker. Am I still live? Whoa! Are you seeing the flash? No? Flashbang. No, I don't have that on anymore. Oh, September's coming up. Ooh. Everything looks fine there? Okay, thanks, Rugnet. All right, so I need to write this down. According to Twitch, we need to do the following. For listening to chat rooms, we use event, what do they call it?
Thanks for the raid, Code Warrior, and welcome you four lovely people.
Hey.
Code Warrior just raided us with 4 views.
Thank you for the raid.
Code Warrior just raided us with 4 views.
Hey, hey. Oh. So I think, thank you for the raid. I think event sub. Yes, it was event sub. Event sub WebSockets. Then for sending chat messages, we use the Twitch API. And that is based on, let's get a link to that documentation right here. Docs. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Dylan. I'll check that out shortly. Whatever song I was playing before, right? Go back. Oh, it doesn't let me go back. Look at my play history. Oh, recent lessons. It was called Minimal House Lyrics by Abstraction. To end the September command. I think I got the song for you, May. I'm assuming that was it. Let me see if I'll play it again. I think I can play it again. This one? This one, May? When you get a chance. Sean says, now leaving because bad internet on the plane means buffer. All right. Have a safe trip, Sean. Enjoy the time with the fiancé. Hold on, chat. I didn't realize what time it is. We gotta get going soon here. Just checking on work stuff, chat. Hold on. All right.
And thanks for joining today, Code Warrior. Thank you for the follow, Asokatano93. Asokatano93 followed.
Thank you. All right. Well, so we gotta. I'm gonna do this off stream, this stuff, and look into building that part out. It's just very frustrating that Switch API and stuff and docs have just not really. I think they've gotten better since then, but it's just wild. Like, why would they want you to do both? I'm guessing, without clear information just yet that I've gotten to, it's for things like their functionality of replying to a message. In order to do that, you got to do it through the API versus the IRC interface, because IRC doesn't support that type of thing. So I guess that's why. The term chatbot is used to describe if installed chatbots, cloud chatbots, deciding what kind of chatbot to build. Chatbots can send and receive chat messages, see when messages are deleted or cleared, and see notifications in a chat room. If granted moderator permissions or acting on behalf of the broadcaster, chatbots can also read and perform moderator. Deciding what kind of chatbot. Right. For me, I want a cloud chatbot. I don't want people to install it. I don't want it to be a chat client. When using the send chat message API, the rate limit header may return a different number than your regular rate limit bucket size, often much bigger than usual. Rate limit bucket, this API uses separate from the regular rate limit bucket, and using the send chat API will not decrease. Okay, that's cool. This is where it gets interesting. Concurrent join limits. Twitch imposes, as of May 15, 2024, the limit is 100 join concurrent channels that you can be in. Joining a chat room occurs only when you subscribe to the channel chat message event subscription, or use the join command in IRC. So you can join from the API, from the event sub subscription. All right, so what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave what I have in here for IRC to listen to the chatbot. So let's stop it from running. We don't need that anymore. Where is it? Set up commands. Where's the connect? Start. Connect. All right, so let it connect like it normally does via the TMI.js client and just listen to messages. And then this is what gets weird. Like on a message, if that chat message is intended for a command of the bot, then instead of sending the message like I do here, using the TMI client and IRC, I potentially need to use the API. Note to self: may need to switch to using the Twitch API for sending messages, it might be more robust for supporting modern Twitch chat capabilities beyond simple message sending via IRC. And we'll link to that documentation. All right, chat, I gotta get going. We're gonna go right into Dylan so you can keep playing Words on Stream. Appreciate everybody. Thank you for your support today. Thanks for the early birds that were here and that you stuck through, and anybody that came in along the way. Appreciate you. Thank you for the follows, the subs, the resubs, the lurks, all that fun stuff. I need to get going. Kiddos are getting out of school and stuff. So, and I'm tired. 5 hours of sleep will do that to you. So I hope you all have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Be sure to stay in touch via the Discord. You know the drill there. That's the best way to keep up to date on things, if schedule changes and all that stuff. And I will be off stream looking into more of this and trying to get this chatbot functionality together for the Words on Stream tool, because I really want to start adding features to the Words on Stream tool, and this has been slowing me down a lot. So hopefully I can get this knocked out this next week before next stream, and then we can get rolling with implementing actually interesting and fun features for playing the game. All right, everybody. So glad I was finally able to word on your stream for a bit, Clarkio. Take care and enjoy the rest of. Thank you, Trin. I appreciate that. Word count May is at, let's see, refreshing, 10,071. So we got some new words added in there. A couple dozen words. Nicely done. It's wild to think that they're like, we haven't reached the total words. I guess I wonder if Words on Stream is just continuously adding words and boards to the game, like, and they don't need to update it, right? All right, we're gonna go right over into Dylan's stream if you're not already noticing all that and being over there. So you can keep playing Words. Drop him a follow if you haven't done so already. Yeah, I'll see you all around. I'm sorry, my brain farts. All right, I'll catch you all next week. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. If you're in the US, enjoy the extended holiday weekend. Stay safe, have fun, enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you next week. All right, peace out.
You're golden, golden boy, so